Good evening. I call to order the Finance Committee for Monday, June 14th, 2021 at 6:02 p.m. First order of business, public appearances, non-agenda items. We have nobody in chambers. Anyone on Zoom? Yes, sir. All right, no one on Zoom either. Item 3, presentation by department heads. The outline of document. I'm going to turn it over to Misty Dodge, Director of Finance. Go ahead, Misty.
Yeah, so I wanted to start kind of with some background information and some navigating the document information before we really dive into the meat of the CIP. So to start, the document is available out on the city's website. The fastest way is to go government and then finance. And then we have a separate thing on the side for capital improvement plan. And then out here you will get the mayor's proposed CIP that we're talking about tonight, as well as the schedule is out there, and then the adopted plans for the past several years. So you can kind of see how things have changed over time. Another thing I learned recently, if you want to use this version without having to download it, you can still get to the bookmarks. So I use bookmarks to make it so you can kind of move around faster. There's a bookmark for each one of the CIP projects available. It used to be, at least as far as I understood, you had to download it to access those, but through the website you can too. So you can see I just kind of opened it in that preview view, and then we've got this button over here, which shows you the thumbnails. But then if you click on the bookmark icon there, then you can see all of the different bookmarks that we have available out there. So that's if you're using the website version. And then if you're using the PDF version, it's similar. You could use the bookmarks there too. So tonight, we're going to talk about the document. The great place to start is this letter from the mayor. And I'm not going to steal his thunder. He's here to introduce this document to you. But that is a great place to start when you're reviewing this. Starts on page 4. And then starting on page 9 is a bunch of different ways to summarize this data. So page 9 is the expenditures and sources summary. So this is a very, very high level accumulation of all of these projects by department and then by funding source. Then there's on page 11, the projects by funding source. So this would be a great one if you're looking at, for example, you really want to reduce the amount of borrowing the city has to do. This would be a great place to go because you can get all of the projects that are funded by that funding source, and you'd know exactly kind of what you're looking for. So that one is in there. Projects by department is also there. Again, this is all the same information, just cut differently. So this would be looking department by department. And then there's this one, which is projects and funding sources by department. That is kind of an accumulation of the two of them. So depending on what you're looking for, these different reports might be helpful for you in a different way. Another great summary report is this summary of changes. So as we talked about at the May Committee of the Whole meeting, anytime there's a change from the last adopted CIP to this proposed CIP in front of you, it needs to be specifically called out. These reports here are where we do that as a summary level. So there's 4 different versions. There's the just total projects, and then there's funded by taxes, funded by debt, and funded by stormwater rates. And you can tell which one you're on. An easy way is based on the color at the header, so you can see which version you're looking at. Again, trying to slice and dice the information in different ways depending on what your goals are for it. Another important document is this operating budget impacts. So this is a summary of all the projects, what the impact would be on the operating budget. So you can see for 2022, there's a $756,000 impact on the operating budget if this document is approved as proposed. The bulk of this is the staff costs for the partial year for the town of Madison. So you'll see this is quite a bit different from last year, and we'll talk about that more when it's my turn for the town of Madison CIP project. So departments, tonight we're going to go in the same order as this document, so we should be able to roll right through. I will share my screen at that time too, so that everybody can kind of follow along that way. It starts with a summary report at the beginning of each department. So this is administration, for example. So these are just the projects within administration. And then if you go to a particular project page, so in the top, the project number and the project name, these are the numbers that we'll use when we're referring to different projects. and that carries through. The description talks about, what it is, justification is why. Anytime we make a change, you'll see I tried to put revised or new or something like that in the title, but that's a very manual process, so I wouldn't rely on those titles. Instead, use those summary reports at the beginning. And then anytime there's a change from last time, we specifically identify it on the project page too. So for this example, the 1042 account, there is a 2022 to 2031 CIP update, so that you can see what changed from the last time this document was approved until now. There's also a operating impact section on here. So the form talks about the expenditures, the funding sources, how it's going to get paid for, and then the operating impact. So there's a lot of information on here. We try to keep it appending it from year to year so that we don't lose information throughout the years, but that's why it gets to be quite a bit of a read. When we're talking about the 10 years, it is a 10-year look, but there's the front 5 and the back 5. So remember, the front 5, the first 5 years of the plan, are the projects that are more vetted. These are the ones we're pretty sure are going to happen. They might still be tweaked by council throughout the years as things go forward, but they're pretty sure these are good numbers and good projects that are expected to occur. Then there is that back 5, so years 6 through 10. Those are the FYI, want to make sure they're on your radar projects. So they have not been fully vetted. They're more just kind of informational out there. So as you go through this process, it's best if you really focus on those first 5 years and keep those back 5 years kind of as an awareness. And then this really is the information gathering stage. So thank you to everybody on council that came tonight. I think this is a really important part of this process. Your department heads that put together these proposals are here to present them to you, answer whatever questions you have, make sure that you have the information that you need before we move on to that decision and prioritizing phase of the process. So with those logistics, I will turn it over to the mayor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Misty kind of hinted at this. This is really the most important thing we do, I think, and this is really the start of that. It's a long process. This is the first step with this capital improvements and the big projects here. Really taking what we passed last year, making a few adjustments that are called out, and as you look through this, we always have a tight budget. I think I was talking with Mike Zimmerman last year, and he talked about, 20 years ago, we had a tight budget, so I do this. And I laughed and I asked him, have we ever not had a tight budget? And then he laughed and said, well, no, it's always a tight budget. There's always a lot more things that we'd like to do. And unfortunately, we have to make choices on what we do. And so, we have to do that again this year. We have strong growth. That's the good thing for us, is we do have strong growth, highest in Dane County, but we still have really challenging budgets because of that. We have I think one of the things that we should be concerned about, we talked a little bit about this committee of the whole, is how much of our budget is starting to shift towards operating. And that's a big concern on capital budgets. There's a lot of things that we are not spending as much money as we need to when you talk about upkeep and things like our parks, our roads, our playgrounds, all those types of things, shelters, all that stuff is expensive to do upkeep on, and we are not putting enough money towards that right now. And the trend is we're actually putting less and less money into capital. Now, I don't know how you change that, especially the town of Madison coming up, and so that's not going to be something that we fix right now, but town of Madison is a big thing that we are starting to plan for. And so we have been planning for it. We are starting to actually see those things happen now. And so when you look at priorities I have, it's maintaining what we have. We don't want to keep getting behind, even though we are, and we have been for a long time. I think things like road construction, Fact TV is something that we fixed the funding for last year, I think is important. Stormwater, another huge thing for me, and something that I've really made a focus on getting ahead of that and getting that figured out. And we've got a bunch of projects in here for that. I think that what we know so far about the ARP funding that we're getting, we might be able to use some of that towards stormwater. We just don't have those details, unfortunately. But that is one area that I do think that we might be able to use some of that money for and really make some good progress there. I think one thing that I'm really excited about, and I think is a really great strategy, is that we are finally starting to purchase our squad cars for the police department instead of renting them or leasing them, I should say. And we, I believe, are the only police department in the state that leases. Now that we are purchasing, one of the things that we'll be able to do is when those squad cars are kind of end of life for the police department anyway, we can still utilize those in other departments. And so you have areas like assessing, building inspection, the library, the senior center, all these other areas that can use those squads for a few years anyway. And so we don't have to buy new cars for those other departments. We can utilize that and really cut down on costs a lot in future years. So that's something that I think is a great strategy that I'm really happy about being able to roll out. As you know, you maybe saw this, I am delaying Hub Phase 2 just a little bit because Phase 1 is not done yet. In fact, we haven't started building Phase 1 yet. We're in the design process, so that's a little behind. To me, it just makes sense to delay Phase 2. We're still obviously looking at funding and working on that, but just delaying it, I think it's a year, maybe 2 years. It doesn't say right here. And then I know the teen center is another big thing. And to me, I did put it, towards the end for now. To me, it has to go in the second 5 years because I don't think it should go ahead of Hub Phase 2. I think that Hub Phase 2 is something that is a higher priority. Not that the teen center isn't a great idea, and we're going to still work on that. I expect that to happen sooner than 9, 10, those years, especially as we find some other funding sources. But we're doing that kind of study. We're working on getting that done right now. I think that that's really going to give us a lot of great information to have really next year as we do this, as we really figure out how is this going to be set up and how is it going to work. That we'll have a lot better information so that we have a better feel for what that is. I wasn't going to take it off because it's something I know is a priority and something that people want to do. And so I think it's important to have it on here. It just is something that for now I push back. I expect people want to make changes, which is fine to that. I think Mr. talked a little bit about funding. I think that's the biggest thing that I always struggled with a little bit when I first got on council. Not everything is coming from the levy. Some stuff is coming from a lot of different areas. So make sure you're looking at that when you're looking at changes. Another important thing is that, for these next 5 years, we really need to have a pretty balanced budget, and we can't get a little bit crazy in our costs. And so if you are changing something around, you do need to make corresponding changes. You can't just add a whole bunch of spending in next year, or the year after, whatever that might be, without some kind of a corresponding change to it. Let's see. Other than that, I think I've obviously met with staff already, gone through everything. Missy's been a huge help. I think all those things are, really important. If you have questions, I'm happy to talk about those now at any time, really. Feel free to reach out, ask me questions at any point in the process. Happy to talk about it. If you have any questions, and if you're looking at possibly making changes, make sure you're talking to Misty for sure. It'd be great to talk to me, but make sure you talk to Misty, and the earlier the better. I know that it makes her life a lot easier. I've seen years where the last day that amendments are due, she gets bombarded by stuff she didn't know about, and that's not fair to her. So be nice to Misty, please. Let's see. Other than that, I think those are kind of the big things for me, and it's a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. The town of Madison is making this a huge challenge for all of us, and so we're doing some things in this year's budget, both in the CIP and what will be in the operating budget, that we don't normally do, and they are a little bit risky, and they are things that are kind of a one-off type of a thing. So that is something that we need to be aware of. We don't want to put ourselves in a huge hole in the future, and so I think this budget puts us on the right track. But I know that we all have some different ideas, and we would like to spend money. So happy to answer any questions right now. I can't stay on the whole time. I have another obligation, unfortunately, with family in about a half an hour or so, but happy to answer questions now and at any time in this process.
We do have a question from Jim Alder-Wheeler.
Yeah, Aaron, are we in any discussions with the town of Madison right now to try to assess what the actual needs may be? I know we have stuff with personnel and everything else like that, but what about streets? What about any other things that, you know, we may have to take care of?
Yeah, we've been talking to them for a while, and we're trying to get our arms around that. I know that we're going to be looking at all the different roads and all the infrastructure that is there. We don't have that information yet. Bill, when he comes on, he could probably speak to that a little bit more, but we are talking with them and have been talking to them for quite a while.
Any other questions, discussion? Oh, Julia has a question for Misty, so go ahead.
So, Misty, can you explain in the Town of Madison section what you're trying to do? Because I read that and I try to figure out what is the strategy that you're trying to do. Can you explain that, please?
Are you talking about on the project page or when we talk
No,
about it in
in
the
the
mayor's
letter,
letter?
in the letter. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Let me pull that up quick. So we all know Town of Madison is coming on, and it's going to be a short-term financial investment that we are going to have to make. So what I'm trying to do is time when the TID closes with the cost for the Town of Madison. That was always in my head kind of how we were going to do it, and it was all going to happen at the right time, and it was going to work. The problem we ran into is TID 4 in particular, which is the biggest TID that we have, which is going to close soon, is going to close a year later than what I always thought. So trying to figure out a short-term strategy to get us over that hump until the TID closes. So how we reported at the audit report as well, and then also during that committee of the whole meeting, we do have 36% unassigned fund balance available as of the end of 2020. Spending fund balance is not something that we should take lightly. It's a very short-term strategy, but I think that there's at least a case for saying that we can use that fund balance for that 1 year while we're waiting for the town, or while we're waiting for TID 4 to close. So we can use that for 1 year, make sure we're set up for all the other years within the financial confines that we have, and just use fund balance for the 1 year to pay for that timing difference.
When you mentioned that we are going to delay the TID number 4 1 more year because we are going to use that increment to fund the housing fund? Because that one was the idea.
So yes and no. We are still doing that strategy. That is still
Okay.
going to occur.
Okay.
However, we're not actually keeping it open an extra year. We're going to use cash for that. So the reason why we are delaying the actual closure is because that railroad project is taking longer than what we thought it would. So April 15th is a magic date when it comes to TID closure. Mm-hmm. We obviously didn't hit April 15th of 2021. Mm-hmm. Because of the large railroad project, we won't hit April 15th of 2022. That's not enough time to get that big $2 million project you guys authorized. So we will be able to close before April 15th of 2023, which means that it will apply to the 2024 budget. So it's a timing issue. We definitely are still doing the affordable housing. I know that's a priority for all of us. So that's still happening, but that's not really the reason why we had to delay the TID closure.
So I have another question. When you mentioned that, you say, I am proposing to use fund balance within the general fund that is in excess of the 30% target to pay for the upfront capital equipment cost. What is the 30% target?
That's what Moody's looks at for the amount of fund balance that we should have. So the city's policy is between 15 and 25%, plus that shared revenue amount, which we have assigned instead. Moody's target when they're looking at AAA is 30%. So it's nice to have that as a a 0.2. So even after we use that fund balance for both the capital and the short-term operating costs until that TID can close, I still expect that we will be above that 30%. So that just goes to, I guess, justify why this strategy is dangerous but okay. It's not something we should take lightly, and we're not. We are recognizing that it's a short-term situation. We are planning for it in the long run. It really is just a one-time thing. And that even if we dip into our fund balance for that, we will still be above that target that Moody's looks for.
I have another question. So, and I know that the town of Madison has a tax incremental district. That is, the assumption was that the district will close the moment the town is dissolved. So what is going to happen with that?
So it won't close the moment the town dissolves, because
Okay.
we have an outstanding pay-go bond, TID bond, for one of the projects there that we agreed to pay that off even after it transferred to the city. So it will that TID will probably be open for 1 or 2 years, maybe 3, depending on the timing of a variety of things. And then when that TID closes, we will get a levy limit adjustment for that too. But it won't happen the same year. I don't think.
Okay.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Jim.
So, Mister, you mentioned that this is a one-time thing, but what's the control for the future? I mean, who's going to say no? Do we have to create a policy? Because I'm just kind of concerned when you open up this door.
Yeah.
That all of a sudden, 2 years down the line, we're going to be like, oh, let's do it again. So what's in place that we have a safeguard that this is just this one-time thing?
Right. From a capital perspective, so we are using the fund balance to pay for that initial purchase, and then included in the CIP is the replacement fund to afford the future replacement of it. So it really is just this upfront initial purchase that we're using fund balance for, and then we're setting aside the property taxes going forward to show that we're committed to not using fund balance in that same way in the future. On the operating side, it's a plan. I mean, the council has to kind of buy into this, again, somewhat risky, dangerous philosophy and look at it as kind of a multi-year strategy that isn't something that we should do again.
Go ahead, Julia.
So what are the risks about doing this?
So whenever you use fund balance for things that are ongoing costs, you're digging yourself a bigger hole. So the classic example is staffing, which in this example, we actually are going to propose using fund balance for staffing, which is a huge no-no as far as financial management is concerned. The way around it, though, is we are going to show a plan that shows we're going to pay for it when the TID closes. But without that plan, just using it in general for staffing, the risk is your staffing costs continue. You're not going to lay somebody off, for example, when the fund balance runs out, but at some point that fund balance runs out. It's very important as we're planning the city's financials to match, long-term expenses with long-term revenues, one-time revenues with one-time expenses. And not to digress too much, but similar conversation with the ARPA money that we're going to get, the American Rescue Plan money. That's going to be a big pot of money. I'm very excited about the opportunities that our community will have to invest that in our community. But it is one-time money, so you don't want to use it to, say, hire staff, because the staff will need to continue after that money is gone. So it's important to kind of balance those.
Go ahead, Julia.
But we can use the ARPA money to fund all this equipment and not use this strategy.
We actually cannot, likely. So there's restrictions on how we can use the ARPA money. It has to be COVID-related, and then you can use it for water, sewer, and stormwater projects, but that's not property tax funded. So that actually is a different funding source than what this fund balance use is being talked about. The opportunity we would have within the ARPA funding, and again, I'm sorry I'm digressing so much. It's not really a CIP project. We'll have much more discussion about this in the future. But the more flexible opportunity we would have with the ARPA funding is if we can show that we had a revenue loss. And then we can use that money. So let's say we demonstrated that we lost $100,000 from 19 to 20. We can then use that $100,000 on any governmental activity. And that's anything, regardless of whether there's a COVID impact, as long as it's a governmental activity, something that we're in the business of doing, we could spend it on that. The problem is that based on the interim guidance that's out there right now, it's not revenue source by revenue source. So it doesn't look at room tax, for example. We all know room tax collections was really low, but it doesn't look source by source. It looks as the city as a whole. And as of right now, that includes TID incremental revenue. And we had 2 new really big TIDs come on that showed a big increase from 19 to 20. So that increase in the TID is offsetting all of that other revenue loss that we had. So that's my current understanding. The final guidance is not out yet. I actually haven't run the official numbers yet, but based on the preliminary information I've looked at, I don't think we're going to qualify for lost revenue based on the current rules. So we'll be much more restricted in what we'll be able to use the money on.
Dave, you have a question?
Misty, when will these be clarified? Because a lot of my constituents are saying, we want some say in how this is going to be spent. We don't want you guys, you 8, this time we'd like to provide some input and find out, what the options are. When will these guidelines be known, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so we have the interim guidance. So there's 150 pages of interim guidance that's available as of a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago now. Lost all track of time. But it's not final at this point, which is one of the big problems. I've also talked to the Finance Committee, and our intention at this point is we will do a public process to decide how we want to spend that money. So once we know that information, what I envision is the Finance Committee having a public hearing, as the first step, where we invite all the public to come out and share, based on these guidelines, this is what we think you should spend that money on. There is a lot of opportunity. So I've started creating just a list of some ideas, and I've spent the money 4 times already. So there is a lot of ways to do it, and we'll have to work between you guys as the final decision makers and the public to decide what those priorities should be on how we spend it. And I know that money is there. I have to apply for it by the end of this week, and then I'll get it by the end of June, I think, is when we actually have the first half of the money in our hands. But we have lots of time to figure this out. So my recommendation to all of you is just to take our time. Make sure the final guidance is out there. Make sure we know what the other levels of government are doing so that we aren't duplicating unnecessarily what some other ARPA funds are going towards. And just making sure that we are doing what's best for the investment in our community. And we have lots of time. So we have to obligate the money by the end of 2024 and spend it by the end of 2026. So again, there's plenty of time. I don't feel anxious about having to have all these answers now. I think that will be perfectly fine if we have that process started within a few months or so.
Yeah, very encouraged to hear that public input on this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, go ahead, Misty.
Yeah, so I will dive into administration. So there are 3 projects within administration. There's the town of Madison, which is the one we've kind of talked about a lot now. The big change is partially because of that change in the police squad vehicles. We transferred out the senior center fleet and moved that somewhere else, relatively small dollar amounts. And then we applied the fund balance, as Julia alluded to before. So I won't necessarily go into that more unless you guys have questions. The bigger change that was made in this one is on the operating cost. So we had that committee of the whole meeting back in January, where we had that chart of what the different positions were that were considered the highest priority, and then they were actually ranked as far as that priority. So I took that same list, and I went down the list in that order and assigned them to the different years. So you can see in the description here the 2022 positions that were added and at what point, the 2023 and the 2024 positions. So these numbers are significantly different than what they were in the past previous documents that we've approved, but are consistent with other information that we've shared with this body in the past. My next project for administration is 1042. This is the hybrid vehicles cost premium. So I'm sure you are all aware of this project as well. Started with the council amendment last time, was approved. Then we had the budget amendment. The change that's made in this document is basically using that same strategy that was used during the budget amendment to take any unused gasoline savings and apply that to this project rather than putting new property tax levy towards it. So that was the only change there. Randy, I think there's a question.
Go ahead, Gabriella, sorry.
So for this, it very specifically talks about gasoline savings. I know that's a strategy we used last year for this year. Does this preclude us from potentially using another revenue source as like a creative funding after the fact, or do we have to specify if we could ever use anything other than gasoline savings to fund that project?
Not necessarily, and really that's something I should have mentioned at the beginning too, is that the CIP is a planning document. So we are not committing ourselves necessarily to anything here. This is just what our intentions are. So come budget time again, if we decide we want to do a different funding source, council would have that authority to make a change. This is just what our intention is at this point.
Okay.
No, any other questions?
Okay, then the last project I have for administration is 1043. So using that same strategy with the police squads that are coming off of the more intense squad use, but still have some life in them for fleet vehicles, we've identified that in the general fleet, we could have some value there. So, finance department, as an example, doesn't need our own car because we don't go out all that often, but we could share one with us and economic development and administration and human resources and have one car that all or much of the staff could have access to, so that it would be a city car, which helps for insurance purposes and then also reduces the mileage that we would be required to reimburse the employee if they use their own car. So based on the different squads that are coming off of the purchasing program, there's 2 years where that would be an option. One would be in 2023 and 2024. So put those in there kind of as placeholders. If there's a vehicle that is terrible situation and we don't feel comfortable passing it on to another department, this would be where that would be replaced instead. Instead of getting a fleet vehicle, it would go to another department, but wanted to put that in there as a placeholder. That is all I had for administration.
Then we'll move on to Fact TV. Jeremy's on Zoom. Go ahead, Jerry.
Can you all see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you, Randy. Good evening, Jeremy Crosby, Fact TV manager. We'll start with Project 1710, Fact TV facilities and equipment upgrades. We did have some revisions here, and I'll go into those as we move through this. But overall, in this, it is what it says. We're always upgrading our facilities, trying to stay on and up to date with technology. Our technology is in the video world is pretty much going to more of a networking and computer world, which is taking the life of some of our equipment and actually bringing that down. So where we used to see things last for, 10 to 15 years, now we're seeing it last 5 to 7 years, if we're lucky, with some of the infrastructure, because it is going to more computer based. And on that front, we moved up our digital signage, which is also part of our head end, which is in the next project. So I'm going to hold off on telling you why we accelerated that until we get on to the next one. Library, we put that back in for 2023. That library system, while the infrastructure is good, there's equipment in there that will need to be replaced at some point. And bring it into the digital world. So a lot of analog audio in there. We want to make sure that we bring that forward. Also, we have a meeting over there. The library board has their meetings over there, and we have technology over there that doesn't allow us to do as much of the coverage that we need to do for meetings. So that's all part of that upgrade and brought that back in. Then 2024, we have the Fitchburg Room Studio AV. We've put this one off, or moved this one back, and it would just be, again, there's analog equipment in there that eventually needs to be brought up to the digital age, if you will, HD. But the good thing is the infrastructure, so all the wiring in the building is set up for future growth. It's just bringing that equipment along with it. So a lot of good planning in the last 10 years for making sure when we had to make these transitions that we were good to go. But that is your 1710 project. Any questions on that? All right, with no questions there, move on to 1711. This is our video delivery system replacement. We have revised this one. This has to do with distributing our signal. So we do it in a couple different ways. Just quickly, we broadcast out to cable TV. That's the most expensive that we do. We also broadcast out via live streaming out to Apple TV, Roku, and now Amazon Fire TV as well. And those are part of our head-end system that we are accelerating, bringing forward here. So the replacement of the tightrope system has been accelerated from 24 to 22. Why? This is, again, we had an expectation that this would last us for 7 years. This is one of those that the whole system is a big computer, more or less, and that computer infrastructure is outdated and has actually caused us some issues internally. And you can all, council, you can talk to us about that, or Matt offline, but more or less that system is the brain of our operation. So it allows us to broadcast, schedule broadcasting, stream, live streaming. It allows us to put it out to our Apple TV, Roku, and now Amazon Fire, and it has to do with our video on demand system. Part of this project is also going to be looking ahead here. We want to continue to do our best to stay efficient, meet the needs of the residents. We don't believe, we have 3 channels right now, F1, F2, F3. We believe that we can go down to 2 channels in the future as we continue to narrow our focus. Our focus is pretty narrowed from when I first started in 2010, trying to just figure out what and how we should do things. We want to actually trim back a channel that will hopefully save us some costs as far as broadcasting out to cable TV. We're not required to broadcast out to cable TV. Some municipalities choose not to broadcast out to cable TV. The method that we've been using is access, so providing access to everybody as many ways as possible. And I always like to tell people who ask me, where are you guys at? And I say, well, we're everywhere you want to be. And that's not stealing from MasterCard, but we are trying to be where everybody can get access to us. So that's why we continue to broadcast on cable TV. As you know, cable TV doesn't allow us to broadcast in HD, though. That is changing, but that's at the cost of whatever the cable companies decides that can be. And we haven't quoted it. We haven't seen the need to do so. So part of this project, while replacing the tightrope system is a big component of it, we also are looking to take a channel down, so go down to 2 channels. We'll continue to provide our government programming as we always do, and we'll have our community channel as we continue to do today. That 3rd channel has been a backup channel for us. We stopped creating content for it and have used it only as a backup channel and for delivering our community bulletin board or carousel. Going back to the digital signage is also run through this upgrade. So our digital signage, it was assigned to us years ago by the city administrator at that time. And to save costs, we included it in our system through Tightrope, which offers digital signage. So we would continue to do that. So that's why that project also got accelerated through there. Other than that, we've been doing the authorizing or funds of replacement funds for the cable encoders. We are having trouble with our first encoder. We've been doing really good, and that's through Charter. We're just trying to patch it and keep it working and trying to avoid actually having to buy a new one. If we are going to move forward with cutting down to 2 channels, then we can let that one go to the wayside and not replace it. And that is project 1711. Questions on that one?
Excuse me, Jeremy. One question. You mentioned dropping one of the F1 or F2, F3, one of those F channels. What kind of savings is that? Just out of curiosity. I mean, it may be listed here, I just do not see it.
So as far as broadcasting goes and replacing it, we wouldn't have to, for the tightrope system, when you buy that system, it puts out essentially 2 channels. So if we wanted to do 3 channels of broadcasting, we would actually have to pay an additional, and Randy, I don't have those numbers. I'd be happy to get you those.
That's
But
fine.
basically,
That's fine.
the delivery of that, so 12,500 would be removed from that, and obviously we wouldn't have to replace that ever again, or that infrastructure. What we're hearing from other stations, specifically to Charter or Spectrum, they are upgrading people to HD, but that's coming at a very hefty cost. And I want to be everywhere, but I also understand that, since 2010, we've been streaming online and providing video on demand services. There's some stations and cities that don't even do that yet. A lot of cities just went on it in the last year and a half that never had done it before. We've been doing it since 2010. So, that's worked very well for us. But long term, we wouldn't have to pay for the infrastructure as far as cabling it, boxes to down convert our HD signal to get out to the 3 cable companies. And so you basically would take 12,000 times 3, and then you can knock that off of debt, because we wouldn't be going out to those 3 cable providers.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Jeremy.
All right, thank you. Project 1712, fleet vehicle replacement. We just got the police van, which is working really well. We are so grateful to have it. I encourage all of you to come out and take a look at it sometime. Andrew and myself and staff came up with the design, and we now have a mobile vehicle, kind of a bigger mobile vehicle to do offsite production work. We just did Verona graduation this weekend, and to have our van parked on the football field was pretty cool. But this is only just the replacement cost for that specific vehicle. Excuse me. Questions on that one?
Yes, Julia, go ahead.
Okay, so you mentioned, Misty, that we are, so we are not leasing our squad car. We are gonna, purchase then, and then the one that we are gonna reuse the one after the life is done. So why do we need to, in this case, that one will be an example to use those cars for Fact TV. So why do we have a replacement vehicle if we are planning to do the other strategy?
Because they relate to each other. So right now in the police department fleet vehicle CIP, it assumes that they're gonna sell the old one and get a trade-in cost or a sale cost there. So this CIP then replaces that loss of sale revenue.
Can you explain again that?
Yeah, this might be helpful if we look at numbers. At least it helps me, I'm a numbers person. So this is the spreadsheet for the police vehicles here, the replacement fund. And so when we're calculating how much we have to set aside for the replacement fund, we factor in the amount that we're gonna get back from the old car for trade-in. So in this CIP, the police squad CIP, we're putting $12,500 a year away, but we're assuming we're gonna get back $5,000 from sale of the old one. Using this other strategy, that's not gonna happen. So we have to backfill this $5,000 with a different funding source to make up for that loss of the sale revenue.
Oh, can I do it?
Yes, go ahead.
So my question is, the question is, how many replacement vehicle we are gonna use, or we are gonna incorporate in different departments in the next 5 years, you know what I mean?
All of them that we can. So there are 12 squads, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, and the police department can jump on if I'm not. And I have a plan that works out when those different years would hit and which department they would go to. And so it would be assessing, senior center, those general fleet vehicles I talked about under administration, and somebody else is in there too.
Okay, so my other question is, so we are increasing our fleet, and also we are going to increase our cost because we need to have insurance, repairs. So how do those, I assuming that those one are going to impact the budget. My question is, how many more cars do we need, for the municipality of our size? And yeah, it's great that we are using those replacement, but also, do we need to have 10 more cars as a fleet? And then with all the cost that is going to imply all of that? So I don't know. I would like to see your spreadsheet you can share with the elders.
So first, not all of the 12 will be additional fleet cars. So senior center already has a car. The building inspection already has 3 cars. So these are just, instead of buying new cars off of state contract, they will take the old squad car that still has some life in it. So those operating costs, the insurance, the gas, all of that is already in the city's budget because that car already exists. We'll just use a different
Oh, so
vehicle.
you mean that you're not going to, sorry, can I follow up?
Go ahead.
So you mean that you're not going to add more car? We take that old car that they have right now for the new replacement coming from the squad. This is the strategy.
For most of them, not all of them. So the 2 general fleet cars that I talked about in administration, those are additional cars to the fleet. So those would be brand new ones, and in the operating section, we have the cost that would be associated for those maintenance items that you had. And then assessing is the other one. So they've been planned to get new vehicles, so that's in the CIP, but they don't currently, as of today, have a car. So those will be additional ones going forward. So it's a mixed bag between those 2.
And wouldn't it be a fair assessment to say if Fact TV wanted to add a car to the fleet, we would come to you or put that in CIP in future, So if Fact TV needed to add another vehicle in the future, it would come to you guys first anyways and say, if we can get one of those next vehicles that are coming out to add to our fleet, we would have that option to do so and still be able to get a used vehicle.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Jeremy?
I also do want to note that, specifically for our fleet, our one van fleet, it's not, we would want to look at coordinating the schedule with the fire department and police department specifically to the obscure vehicles. So the police replaced the big van that they got with a smaller van. Well, we would want to look at replacing our van with that van, if you know what I mean. Or if the fire department's getting rid of, like we were talking about an SUV in our earlier conversation with the mayor, we want to coordinate our schedule around that because that's more specific need, bigger vehicle, because we're carrying gear. So something to keep in mind too, that we want to work with those other departments to line up with the replacement of our vehicle if it works out, because our need is a lot different than just a straight up squad car.
In fact, TV is not included in that squad car transition. They would be getting the different cars that Jeremy alluded to, which they've done the last 2 times, and it's worked pretty well.
Very good. Any other questions for Jeremy? No? Anything further, Jeremy?
Nope. Thank you all for your time, and please come visit if you have any questions. I'd happy to sit with you and go through all of this.
Very good. Thank you, Jeremy.
You bet.
Next on the list is technology with Matt Prow. And Matt, you're on Zoom?
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Go ahead.
So thank you. This first project is Project 1016. This is the telephone system replacement. The city has a one telephone system that serves all of our buildings. It was originally purchased in 2017. It was intended to be replaced after 10 years in 27. It's been moved to 28 and now to 30. The concern with continuing to move it out a little bit farther is that part of that purchase replacement amount is for the actual physical phones that reside on everybody's desks and throughout all of our buildings. If we continue to push this out, we could run into a situation where we have phones failing and we don't have funds to replace them. So that is a concern with continuing to push this project, but that's what this is. The other piece of this that's important to note is that this CIP project, along with a couple of others that I'll mention, does not include funding for new city buildings. So for example, if the city builds a new police department or builds the phase 2 of the hub project, where we have a need to implement telephones or telephone system to service those buildings, that would come out of the project budget for that project. It would not come out of this CIP. So the replacement fund you're seeing here is simply to replace what we already own today. Any questions on 1016, the telephone system replacement?
Yes, we do have one. Go ahead, Jim.
What is the cost of a phone?
It's ever changing because it's technology, but right now it's roughly between $400 and $600 per phone, depending on the use case.
Any other questions? Nope. Oh, the floor is yours, Julia.
So Matt, you mentioned this project doesn't include, future telephone for the hub or the new police building. So because that one are projects that are coming soon in the next 2 to 3 years, so it doesn't mean that we need to incorporate those CIP project next year, maybe? Or how do you do it?
Yeah, we don't intend that to be a separate CIP project. So the funds for the purchase of the phones and any phone equipment that needs to be placed into the new building would come out of the building CIP project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yep.
Go ahead, Matt.
All right, so this next project is 1024. It's the website upgrade project. So as some of you are probably aware, we are currently just beginning the process of refreshing our existing website through our current provider. This project is funding to replace our website with a new provider, which is a more expensive process than just the refresh that we are contractually allowed to do every 5 years with our current provider. So this has been moved from 24 to 26, but that's not really impactful unless we really want to make a change to our provider. Any questions on this one?
No, I don't believe so. Go ahead.
All right, 1025 is our door access system. So this is the system that allows you to swipe into doors and they unlock. This is much like the telephone system. This was also replaced in 2017. It is scheduled for replacement in 2027. Again, this is one of those projects where new buildings, the equipment for the door access systems for new buildings are intended to be part of the building project budget and not this CIP project. So once new buildings are built, the future replacement needs for this project will likely increase depending on the number of doors that we have to equip with door access in those new buildings. Any questions on that project?
No, I don't see any.
All right, the next one is 1035. This one is our video security system. So essentially all of our surveillance cameras throughout the various buildings. This was replaced or originally implemented in 2016. We're anticipating a 10-year lifespan on most of the hardware and equipment. The exception to that is the data storage associated with this, but I will talk about the data storage itself in Project 7000. So this particular project is for the software that runs the system and then all of the cameras and equipment that are associated with it. Again, this is another project where any additional buildings, we would intend that the original funding for surveillance equipment would be through the project's budget with eventual replacement in this CIP. Any questions on that one?
No.
Great. So then the final one is Project 7000. This is the IT department's upgrade / replacement project. This is much like the CIP projects that replace vehicles every 5 years, where we're building up a fund to replace this equipment, and we're doing so in a manner where we can smooth out the costs across the years rather than having a lot of peaks and valleys. So the equipment that's replaced through this project are things like our firewalls, our network switches, our data storage, our all of our servers, and our Wi-Fi equipment. So any of those big ticket IT items that we replace on a schedule, somewhere between 5 and 7 years, reside in this particular project. Any questions on that one?
No questions, Matt.
I got one.
Oh, sorry. Jim Wheeler has a question.
Yeah, I have a question. So is the police system, like body cam footage and everything else like that, on just the regular city infrastructure, or do the police have something separate?
So the police have, when the body cameras were implemented, the police had a separate CIP project for that. So the intention would be that at the time that we're going to replace those body cameras, or even the other camera equipment in the police department, that there would be a separate CIP for that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? No other questions, Matt.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is assessing, Amy Mercer. Amy, you're on Zoom.
Yes, I am.
Floor is yours.
Okay, so ours is, we're putting in for a fleet vehicle. We put in for a fleet vehicle last year and it was pushed to 2022 for a new vehicle, and this would be to use one of the replacement vehicles through police or fire. We currently do not have a vehicle, and my staff use their personal vehicles to visit properties.
Sooner rather than later. So we have our first squad car coming off of lease, or coming off of purchase, off of its useful squad life in 2021. So because assessing does not currently have a fleet vehicle and kept getting delayed because of financial constraints, we thought that they would be a great pilot example to see how this transfer works. So you should be seeing at some point in the future in 2021 a budget amendment request asking to keep that squad rather than selling it, and using available operating budget in the assessing department to try that pilot program out. So that's mentioned in this CIP, but it really will end up being a budget amendment for 2021.
Any other questions? No? No questions, Amy. Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Next is building inspection. John Crook. You have the floor. He's not online.
I will take this one then.
Okay.
So this is the building inspection vehicles. They currently have 3. They do buy them brand new, but this is another example of ones that will use those old squad cars instead. Bigger change besides that is also that we are requesting to get a 4th vehicle in building inspection, because they'll be getting that 4th person through the town of Madison, and building inspectors in particular are always out and about and on construction sites and different areas. So it's really good from a liability perspective to have a city marked vehicle that building inspection is using. So again, based on that kind of schedule on when the squads were going to fall off, it fit to request a 4th vehicle for them in 2024.
Questions? Go ahead. I'll Julia first.
So why you don't have a budget impact here with this one?
Because they already have vehicles for those 3.
Yeah.
And did I miss the 4th vehicle? I might have just missed it. Yep, I should have a budget impact for the 4th vehicle.
Okay.
Yep, I will make a note to fix that for next time.
Okay. Thank you.
Gabriella.
So this is, I guess, more general about vehicles and vehicle purchases in general, obviously because I'm interested in hybrid and electric vehicles. So we typically buy them new and through the state vehicle pool, is that correct?
Correct.
do we ever purchase something used on a private market, or, or is it just like blanket, we always buy them new through the state pool?
So the state pool gets an amazing deal. I wish I could get personal cars off of the state contract. It's a fantastic price. We could really closely get a new vehicle through state contract for what we would pay from a private used amount.
Okay.
We could look at that the next time we do a replacement, but it's very, very, the differential is probably very small. The reason why us using our own resale is a better strategy is because we don't assume that much for a trade-in, and then it comes back to us in the end.
Got it. And then I guess you may not know this, and I've asked this question before, but the state vehicle pool doesn't really have many or any electric or hybrid options. Is that correct?
I'm not going to be the best person to answer that, but that's my understanding from when we did the squad cars as well.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look into it more, but I just wanted to make note of it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, no additional questions. We'll move on from building inspection to the city clerk, Tracy Oldenburg. Is Tracy online?
I am here. Good evening.
Good evening, Tracy. Go ahead.
I am here regarding project 1039. These are the electronic poll books, also known as Badger books. They're working really well, and they will need to be replaced in about 8 to 10 years, which puts us at about 2029 or 2030 for replacement. Any questions?
Yes, go ahead, Julia.
So, thank you. So Tracy, you said that this CIP was revised. Were we revised from last year?
So originally they were supposed to be replaced after 7 years. That was the initial time frame of their lifespan. But recently, after speaking with the Elections Commission and the company that actually created the Badger books, the e-poll books, they clarified that it's actually an 8 to 10 year lifetime for the Badger books.
The other thing that changed, that was actually last year's CIP that the life was extended. For this year, we created the replacement fund going forward. So that next replacement is still that bulk replacement, but the replacement fund is set up for that following one after that. And you'll see that that strategy was used whenever possible throughout this document, that we really tried to establish those replacement funds to make sure we were meeting our needs.
Any other questions for Tracy? Nope. Hearing none. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Next on our list is finance. Back to Misty.
Yes. So the first project I have under finance is 1066, which is the new financial system. So we have an accounting system in the city that we've used for a long time, but the city has grown a lot, has a lot of new data needs, and the software doesn't quite perform as well as what a city of our size expects. So we included funding the past several years to evaluate getting a new software system. It's been delayed again with this CIP, really just to time when funding is available, recognizing that software in the finance department may not be the highest priority for things. So it has been delayed again, but I think this would be a great project to consider with the TID closure one-time funding that we get, because a software system like this is not something that you replace that often. So it'd be a great one-time project for a one-time use. So that's that one. And then the other project I have is 9999. If you recall from the committee of the whole meeting that we have, so we get our expenditure restraint money, it's at about $600,000, and we get it in 1 year, and then we apply it to the capital tax levy the year after. So this project has no expenses. That's actually correct. I know it looks weird, but what this is doing is it's saying instead of using property taxes for different projects, we're going to use expenditure restraint funding instead. We do it in this project as kind of a lump sum rather than picking individual CIP projects that will be applied to that funding source, because really it can be used for any of those capital levies in this planning stage.
Any questions for Misty? Go ahead, Julia.
So, so how do we know how we can use this for which capital expenditure? You know what I mean? Like, I remember last year in the last budget, you created like a list of, it was with these items to cover with the,
Yep, so
Yeah,
the
yeah.
city does have a policy
Yeah, yeah.
on what items or what equipment purchases we will apply the expenditure restraint money to. During the CIP, because this is a planning
Okay, okay.
document, we just do it in
Okay.
general.
And then, yeah.
Come budget time, though, we will go through and we will actually assign it to specific pieces of equipment. And then that's where what you're probably remembering is the
Yeah.
council amendment, that if it was shifting, then we might have to do kind of an extra step to reallocate the funding. So because of that extra step, we don't take it at the CIP stage, we wait until operating to do that.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you for the information, Misty. We'll move on to library. Wendy Rawson. Wendy is online.
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. So the first item that we're looking at here is 5202, and that's for the library outreach vehicle. So we have a van that we use for outreach events. We purchased it in 2016, so this is for replacement of that vehicle in 2027. Any questions?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Next one is 5203. This is for replacement of our self-check machines. We purchased our current machines in 2017. They have an expected useful life of 7 years. So we're looking at replacement in 2025. I am ever hopeful that the price will go down and we can spend less on this next time. There is an additional vendor available to us now. So things look good for that, but for the moment, until we know that for sure, we're going to leave it where it is. Any questions on that?
I have a question for Misty.
Sure. Oh.
Misty, when they say the funding sources for all the library capital improvements are coming from, you say fund balance apply. What does it mean that?
So the library is a separate fund with a separate piece of the levy, and they really act as kind of an autonomous body. There's statute distinctions between what the library board actually has power over. And so they set aside an amount of their property tax levy each year into an equipment replacement fund, and then they will use that to pay for their capital purchases. So it's kind of a separate bucket, which is why it's listed that way.
No, yeah, I asked a question so for the new alders, so they know how.
And that is set up by state statute, correct?
For the most part,
For the
yes.
most part? Mhm.
Yep.
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 Any
All
additional
right.
questions? Go ahead, Wendy.
So the next one is 5204. This is replacement of our automated materials handling system. We also call it the sorter. So this is what is attached to the drive-up book drop. So people can return their items 24/7. And many of them will be checked in immediately as they go over the RFID pad in the sorter. This is an amazing piece of machinery that I don't think we could live without. We purchased it when we opened the library in 2011. So we are planning to replace that in 2023. Again, I think there is a new vendor that we're able to use. So I anticipate that this cost may actually be lower than it is. But until we actually go out for bids next year, I want to leave it where it is. And this is also paid out of the library's fund balance. Any questions?
No, seeing none.
Okay. This last one is 5298. This is for library building improvement replacements. This is the one CIP that we have that is not paid out of library fund balance. So this is in conjunction with the Public Works Department. And this is for building systems that may need to be replaced or fixed. We've had this going for a number of years. We haven't needed a whole lot out of it. We are changing one thing this year, and this is at the advice of Kevin Richmond, who's the building and grounds supervisor, and that is to plan to replace the chiller in 2027. So that is new this year. Yeah, any questions on this one?
One thing I'd like to point out on Wendy's behalf, and it's actually not for Wendy, it's for all of the CIP. All of our buildings have these replacement funds set up because You know, as buildings get older, we know something's going to break, we just don't know what and when and how much it's going to be. So we're setting aside this money so that we can address those needs as they come up. But that's why they're a little less specific, I would say, than some of our other CIP projects.
Great. Is there any questions further for Wendy? No, no further questions, Wendy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is Parks, Recreation, and Forestry, Scott Endel. Scott, you're on Zoom.
Yes, I am.
Floor is yours.
Maybe just one general comment before I get started. As Misty alluded to in her opening comments, in the park projects, the funding source is really a good location to be aware of. You know, certainly with the park improvement fee and the dedication fees that we receive from developers, we utilize those as funding sources for some of the improvements that we have within the park system. So I just want to call your attention to that. The first project is 6211 McGaw Park. And actually what we're looking to do in 2022 is continue the development at the Fahey Fields development, which would include a playground structure. And then we're currently, with the construction of the pickleball courts, are putting a east-west path connection from McGaw Park to the Fahey Fields development. So we're looking for path lighting as another CIP project for this development in 2022. And then, if there's no questions, I'll move to McKee Farms Park, 6212. The next CIP project we have scheduled for McKee is the replacement of the siding of the main shelter, which is in 2024. We do see in 2026, which you know, is outside, you know, that 5-year plan, is the replacement of Kids Crossing. If you're familiar with Kids Crossing, it's a wooden structure and is beginning to start to show, you know, wear and tear of a 20 to 25-year-old structure. So we're going to need to begin to start to think about that. And if there's no questions there, we'll move to 6259.
One moment, we do have.
And this is
Scott, one moment, we have a couple questions. Dave, go ahead.
sure.
On the Kids Crossing, McKee Farms Park, wasn't that originally built with a lot of volunteer labor that would have reduced the cost? Would that be the thought again, or would that be an option again?
Absolutely, and I think if you look in the funding source for that project, half of it is from borrowing, but the other half is through grants and donations and those types of things. So I think it does look to be a 50-50 type of project. And certainly I think, you know, the community loves Kids Crossing, and certainly it would be a capital campaign, but I think the community would be very receptive to the idea of helping with contributions to rebuild Kids Crossing.
Any other questions? No further questions. Scott?
So then we move to 6259, which is a reoccurring park system improvements. And scheduled, and basically what we do from this CIP is begin to start to update playgrounds that have reached their life expectancy, along with basketball courts. We redo basketball courts. One anomaly here in 2022 is the Hatchery Hill regrading. If you're familiar with Hatchery Hill Park, it really is a boggy area in that it remains wet for a lot of the summer season. Certainly not this year, but it does remain generally unusable because of its its wetness. So the thought is to, is to do some grading to create a crown the crown would go east-west. And if you're familiar with the park, there's a kind of a storm drainage way to the north, and then also a little bit of a ditch system to the south. So that project would do some regrading of that park to make it more usable during the summer season. Okay, and then the 6261 is the Nine Springs Golf Course. As you all recall, we looked to do an addition to the storage facility, but that did fail. And one of the suggestions was to, run it through the CIP process, so everybody was aware of it. So we're taking the recommendation of the council to offer that project for potential approval in 2022.
Yes, go ahead, Julia.
Okay, Scott, to be honest, I don't recall that the council said that we should include this in the CIP plan. Maybe I need to go and take a look at the record again, at the video, but I think the council was very, we just voted that, we voted, and I don't know why this thing keeps showing here, because I think the council made it clear that, we don't have any intention to fund this for now. So I was surprised to see it, because I don't recall that we say, let's put it in the CIP plan, so I don't know.
Any other questions? Scott, the floor is yours again.
6264, which is a large park shelter renovation fund with the idea of, we're really targeting Tower Hill shelter. It's one of our oldest shelters, and the idea is to set aside 50,000 plus a year for consecutive years to get to enough funding to do the project, and we're looking to hopefully have enough dollars by 2027. But again, this funding doesn't begin until 2024.
Questions?
Go
ahead, Scott.
6271. This is a recreational circuit for Dunn's Marsh, which was proposed. The idea of making a trail system adjacent to Dunn's Marsh is the idea with this project, with the idea of potentially trying to create maybe not a singular community park, but a network of parks within the area that would, end up being a community park, not individually, but together, connected through this potential trail system. But that again is not scheduled to happen until 2025.
Questions? We do have a question, so.
Great.
Go ahead, Dave.
Scott, you're not looking at putting a path on Seminole, on the side where we don't have one in that wetland, are you? I think that's I don't think that's a good.
I believe that may be one of the thoughts, but certainly it would be something that we'd have to, take a closer look at to see if it's doable. Seminole Highway, Dave, is really to cross Seminole Highway. I do realize that there is a path on the east side, but the thought is probably to also have a connection on the west side to make the circuit, if you would, on the west side of Seminole.
You'd be in a wetland the whole time. It's a wetland through there. You'd have to have this would have to be something. It would be suspended.
Sure.
I just don't think that's needed. We have a nice path on the other side. You cross the road. Thousands of people cross that intersection every day. Yeah.
And this was a project that Alder Carnes proposed, so I guess I'm just reporting on what we've got.
So it's Alder Krause, actually, was the one that put it in. And it does, Dave, say in here that it would be within the marsh. So I think that was the intention at the time that this was approved by a prior council.
Julia has a question. Go ahead.
But I remember that when we discussed this project, the other condition was that we need to talk to the city of Madison because the city of Madison owns the marsh. So my question is how we are gonna, how are you gonna invest in a property that doesn't belong on that? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's great, the idea, but I think we need to run, or we need to share maybe the expenses with the city of Madison. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think we need to have a clear expectation with the city of Madison because they own the marsh, you know what I mean? So
the funding source that's included in here right now is half of it paid for by a Dane County Park grant, similar to that one that you guys just approved to submit for the hub. And then half of the half, so 25% would be the city of Fitchburg, and then 25% would be the city of Madison. So that's what's included in here as funding sources, but I can tell you as far as I'm aware, that conversation hasn't begun yet.
So, and that one,
Go ahead.
that one was my other follow-up question is how we start conversation with the city of Madison, then counting about this project, you know what I mean? Because we have it for 2025 and, it's a couple of years.
Yeah.
So.
As of the last document, it was in the back 5,
Yeah.
so it was kind of one of those awareness projects. But you're right, now that it's kind of marching through the different years, it is coming to that front 5 again. So if this is a project that the council wants staff to invest the time and resources into, this would be the way to tell us that that's what you want us to do. And if not, that would be a council amendment.
Any other questions? Scott, go ahead.
6273, which is the hub phase 2. And as the mayor indicated in his opening comments, he did move that back. And it does make good sense. I anticipate that the council is going to be seeing a pre-approval or a resolution to hire a firm to do the construction documents, and that project, phase 1, looks to be, maybe a 14 or a 16-month build out. So certainly the project probably would be operational in 2023, which then at that point would give us a good indication of how you would like to proceed with the neighborhood hub phase 2. So moving that to 2024 makes sense with the current schedule for hub phase 1.
Go ahead, Julia.
So this is a project that Alder Maldonado and I introduced last year, and I was surprised to see that the source of funding having changed because last year Alder Maldonado and we put together another amendment to decrease the police building budget by $10 million and using part of the money to build this community center and the teen center. And now is the funding for this community center was in the original plan was dead, and now it said the funding source changed from borrowing to pay by park fee collected from new development if available. And I have a question here because it says if available. So it doesn't mean that if we don't have park fee, because we are not going to build it, and second, my other concern is we are using most of the park fee that we have in the park dedication fee fund to use it for hub phase 1, even though we are applying for a lot of grants and all of that. But in case the worst case scenario, we don't get any of the grants for phase 1, we are going to use the park dedication fee, a part of that, and then the other part was borrowing. So my question is, I was very, surprised because nobody informed me that this one is a new strategy to fund this project. So this is another question that I'm gonna ask Misty to see what you're gonna do with the other $5 million that you took from here, this plan, how you're gonna use it to other projects. And I want to, because I am very, very surprised and very upset that something that we worked so hard last year to bring forward with a plan, a project, that now the funding source disappeared completely for a new one that we don't know if available, so that one is my comment.
So I can respond to some of it. So the borrowing amount that is no longer associated with this project was not redirected to another fund. Borrowing is not necessarily like our property taxes where we have a very finite pool. On borrowing, we do have some more flexibility there. So just because it was taken out doesn't necessarily mean it was applied somewhere else. The other thing that you could do if you wanted to make it clear that we would use whatever park fees are available and then backfill it with borrowing, you could put in an amendment to just make that clear. I guess that was my understanding, but you're right, it is pretty vague in there. So I think that would be a good thing to clarify.
Yeah, because I do my research from what we approved last year and the amendment that they were approved, and here practically say it was borrowing. So, okay, but that one I am really concerned because this is a great project that is coming, and there was a plan how to build it, and then suddenly those funds are like, oh, we are going to use park improvement fee, if available. And I have, no. You know what I mean? I want to have more, it could be great if we have available park dedication fee with new development. I want to see what are the other new developments that are coming to the city that we can create like a $4 million fund. Maybe it's going to take more years to build up, but I don't have any problem to use park dedication fund, but I know that right now, I know how much is in the fund, in the bucket. We intend to use it for other parks and community parks and for phase one. So this is what I have a concern. I want to have more certainty that if there are no funds available, we can go and use borrowing. So that's it. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think the intent was to say use those park fees first and then backfill it with borrowing, but I completely agree that should be clear if that's what the council wishes. I would like to encourage you to use those park fees if we can, though, because we have a 7-year time limit on it, maybe 10 years if we jump through hoops. So if there are funds available, I think it would be a great project to apply to those. But I can appreciate your point about making it clear that if it's not available for the whole project, the council does desire to borrow for whatever that difference is.
My last comment is last year council, it was agree with that, with borrowing. So, you know what I mean? So we discussed it in length and it was agreed that borrowing will be an option. So this is what I want to keep it. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Hearing none, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, and then the next one is 6275, the Northwest Teen Center. And as the mayor indicated, he did move that to 2030.
Questions? Yes. Julia, go ahead.
I don't know if Aldo is online, but this is another project that we worked very hard last year, and I am very surprised that I agree that we need to, there is a planning, but I am really concerned about the length of this project, that it's going to take 10 years to plan for this project, and this is what I am concerned about. This CIP plan, especially that the major priority are equipment and replacement, and I didn't see anything about the quality of life of our residents and improve the life of people living in an underserved community like these projects are coming. So these projects are very important for me, and I am very surprised that there was a delay at the end of the CIP. I think that we need time to plan, but we don't need 10 years to plan. So I want to make that comment.
Any other questions? Oh, Gabriella, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let Joe, I have something about different.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so I was looking through the sort of 10-year item by item breakdown, and I noticed that there's no spending at all until 2030. Mayor, I know that there was especially during budget time, you had emphasized the importance of having, studies leading up to it, and Wade had indicated, when we were talking about the study for this year, that there was an intention to have a part 2. I'm just wondering why there are no budget items at all from now until the last year of the CIP.
I'm not sure. Yeah, the mayor isn't on Zoom, Scott, correct? Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make a note then that the council specifically, many members of the council said the importance of needing to be planful about it, and it just makes no sense whatsoever that when we've approved year 1 of a study, that we would just stop any and all progress and wait 9 years before doing anything else, not dedicating any funding to it, not even really giving it a second thought until the end of this decade, when many of the young people we're talking about in this neighborhood will be well into adulthood by that point. So I just want to make that comment. I do plan on reintroducing and moving the timeline back to close to what it was once we get to the point of discussion in the CIP.
Thank you, Joe. Your comments noted. Gabriella, you had a...
Oh, did Jim have? I'm asking about a separate thing, not related to this project, so.
Jim, go ahead.
I guess my question is, the CIP is for the 3 to 5 years, like Misty said, is for things that are vetted. Joe, are you saying this is the vetted project?
Are you on Zoom, Joe?
Sorry. To answer your question, Jim, it's being vetted, and that's part of this study that we're doing this year. So it's not completely vetted, but it's definitely being vetted, and it's gone through last year's CIP process. So I don't know if that gets at your question.
Well, actually, it doesn't. I mean, it's being vetted, okay? And, my concern is that we're sending out this expectation again that it's going to be close to the timeline that's on last year's CIP. And if it's not vetted yet, I'm trying to understand how we can put it, I don't know, out of 3 to 5 years. I mean, I don't agree that it should be the 2030, but, you just mentioned that you want it close to the timeline that was in last year's CIP.
Yeah, so the goal is, that it would open in the next 2 or 3 years, not the next 10 years. And, part of it is that community engagement process, but if no funding is being dedicated whatsoever to anything related to the project until 2030, that's essentially a statement that we're not doing this. That's essentially what it is. Because if we're going to invest money in 2021 and not invest anything for a decade, we're really not investing in it. And we're wasting the investment that we're making right now.
Questions, discussion further. Go ahead, Gabriella.
I'm gonna jump to a different topic if it's okay.
No.
So this is a question, I guess it's for Misty and Scott, depending on who can answer it. I'm curious if trees have ever been a separate CIP project, and if not, is there any reason why we couldn't look at potentially treating the replacement of trees the same way we treat equipment? I think, I know it's not a perfect analog, but I do think that the way we treat a lot of these replacement funds, how we treat our trees is similar. So I'm curious, my first question is, number one, has it ever been done before? And number two, is there any reason why we couldn't consider it?
So we have done it before. When I first started, trees were in the CIP. However, based on accounting rules, trees aren't capital. So in order to be capital, it has to be $10,000 individually, which trees clearly aren't. Or you do a big project of them very infrequently for $50,000 or more. And because we replace trees every year, it's a pretty routine thing. That's something that's included in the operating budget instead.
Okay. I'm curious because I've heard a little bit, there's been a very small amount of conversation at Tree Advisory about the tree stock in town of Madison. And I think we probably should have a conversation about it because my understanding is that a lot of the tree canopy there is ash trees. And so my guess is that a lot of those would probably be low quality or even potentially trees that have to come down because of the ash borer beetle. So I'm curious if, as we look towards town of Madison, making sure that we have a tree canopy that works for that part of the new part of the city does seem valuable. Is that something that could potentially be looked at as part of a CIP, or is that something that really would only run through the budget process?
So that would be just an operating piece, but that would be a piece that would make sense to add to the operating section of that town of Madison one, because I haven't heard that conversation before. That's a big piece that we probably should get incorporated.
Okay.
And I think the benefits of what you see in the CIP, kind of that routine and then the carryover year by year of any unspent money, that can happen in the operating budget now too, which when I first started wasn't an option. So I think you can still get all the benefits of being in the CIP without having that extra hurdle of it being capital in this document.
Okay, great. So we'll maybe have a discussion about adding it to the town of Madison in some way.
Yeah, yep, and the operating section. Yep.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, discussion? Otherwise, hearing none. Scott, anything further? Go ahead.
Nope. Certainly reach out if you've got questions.
I'm sorry, what?
I certainly reach out if anyone has any further questions.
Very good. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome. Have a good night, you guys.
You as well. Next on the agenda, let's see, Senior Center. Misty, you're going to speak to the Senior Center?
I am. Jill is out of town, so I agreed to cover this for her. She just has one project. It's the Senior Center fleet vehicles. So this would be an example of a fleet vehicle that they already have. So this would be just replacing their current new vehicle with a used squad vehicle when the time comes. And so that's the big change that was made in here. The other difference is under the Town of Madison CIP project, I noted that we moved that out of that CIP into this one, just from a mechanics perspective, so you'll see that change in there. And then a third car is proposed to be added in 2025. That's when there was a gap in the cars that were being allocated to other departments, and they too are getting another social worker or case manager as part of Town of Madison. So they currently have one fleet car for 5 full-time staff, 2 of which are the case managers that are out a lot, and they'll go to 3 case managers with the Town of Madison. So it'd be great to have a second car and a third car to help make sure they're able to be out in the community.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Jim.
So I'm getting confused on the count here. So by how many vehicles are we increasing the city's fleet?
So it depends on the department. So in the senior center, they currently have 1. We planned to do 1 more through the Town of Madison, and now with this replacement, we're going to a 3rd one being proposed because there's a bunch of staff out there. In the building inspection, they're going from 3 to 4 because of the Town of Madison. Assessing is brand new. They don't currently have fleet vehicles, but frankly should, that are identified as city vehicles from a liability perspective. And then the 2 in the general fleet project that I talked about during administration, if they're available. 1. I'll count them, yes. And I will, at Julia's suggestion too. So I have, it's very rough. It's not the most professional document I've ever done, so please forgive me for that. But I can send out kind of what my thoughts were about when those timings would happen and which department they would go to and, why it would work out that way. So I can email that out to the group so you have it.
Gabriella, go ahead.
I'll let you finish taking your note, Emma, so.
Sorry.
Oh, wait a second, take your time. So, I do like the idea of reutilizing the used police vehicles, using them again. I guess the thing that's running through my head is that, we might not be ready to buy a hybrid police vehicle right away. So then we're repurposing gas-powered vehicles again and again. And I know obviously this is a slow transition, it's gonna take time, I get that. I'm curious though, if maybe we could take a look at, for building inspection, senior center, assessing those, or even the general fleet for admin. I wonder if like one of those, instead of thinking about being reutilizing an old police vehicle, if we could consider like taking that as an opportunity to specifically purchase a hybrid and electric vehicle. And I clearly am gonna have to do some more research about the state pool, because there seems like there's like a structural problem with buying hybrid and electric vehicles for the city, but I'm curious if we could potentially do that for one of these vehicles in the next 5 years, and how I could go about structuring that in the CIP to make that happen. Like, is it a matter of the department head being interested in taking that on? How can I make that work or make that happen?
I think the CIP as it is can address that request, because the CIP projects for assessing, for example, or build senior center, since we're on this one, this CIP does assume that they'll take over the used vehicle. But let's say there is a great option for an electric vehicle instead. That's where that electric vehicle hybrid premium CIP could come in handy. So the only disconnect would be that you're not directing staff to constantly to look for that necessarily. So it would be an initiative by the department head to look for that. But I think from a financing perspective, that could be addressed based on the projects that we have there now.
Okay, so it could be something that we do on it's incorporated into this already. It's a separate effort.
Exactly. So the only piece that's missing is, since you're not replacing it, there's not that touch point to say, hey, did you think about doing an electric vehicle instead?
Got it.
So we'd have to kind of work through some of that. But if there's a department that's very interested in that, or if we do learn that there's a new option available, particularly through state contract, maybe that's a chance that we reevaluate then.
Yeah. Do we have a sense of how many miles each car, like how many miles each department uses? Because obviously the police vehicles are going to be the most highly used, but I assume that maybe building inspection might be the next one, or maybe assessing. I don't know. I really don't know. Do we know? Because the best candidate I would think is the car that is driven the most, but I don't know if we have that data.
Yeah, so when the senior center's fleet vehicle is relatively new, and I know at some point they talked about how many miles it was going to be because they reduced their mileage reimbursement for it, so I know I have it somewhere. I'll just have to get it back to you.
Okay, if that information exists, I'd be interested in seeing it at some point, not in a rush, but love
Yeah.
to see it.
I have just a follow-up to that, to Gabrielle. While I share your thoughts and I appreciate your thoughts, I'm wondering if we've considered, though, if you take that gasoline vehicle out of the city, where does it go from there? We're not abandoning it where it'll never go. It's still creating carbon. I mean, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, that's why I would hope that we're setting ourselves up so that we can make those decisions as quickly as possible. But yeah, I mean, ultimately the car. But I guess if we're gonna spend the money to pay that fee that we would get the replacement fee, if we spend that money instead on a hybrid vehicle,
yeah, I mean, I would agree with you that we should move in that direction. I just want to make sure that it's a prudent for the city of Fitchburg. That's all at the same time. So anyway, I guess that's further discussion.
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be the right choice. But I just would like to have that be part of the conversation and make sure that it's structurally part of the conversation.
Go ahead, Julia.
I have a couple of questions about that. So are we getting any vehicle from the town of Madison? You know what I mean? What we are getting from them? Because, I think that they're still operating, so there are some cars, some vehicles. So this is the thing. What we are getting from them, this is a question, because if we're getting some vehicle, that we can, we can incorporate what is in your center. We need to have a new vehicle for a replacement vehicle when we can get an old vehicle from the town of Madison or a vehicle that they had that we can use because, you know what I mean? So I don't know that question, if you know that. Second is regarding the hybrid car, I'm going to tell you, I drive one and the saving in gasoline is incredible. So, when we talk about that, this is what I want to mention. And second, are we missing the budget impact in this one too? No.
You know what, I bet we are because I added all of those with the changeover. That was all last minute, so I probably missed it there too. Yeah. To go back to your question about the town of Madison, I know you're not going to appreciate the answer. We don't know yet. I mean, there's so many moving parts with that. A classic example is the fire equipment. So when town of Madison shifted their fire service over to the city of Madison, all that stuff was sold. So it clearly isn't going to come to us then. At the date, whatever assets the town of Madison has gets distributed between us and the city of Madison. And then there needs to be some sort of an allocation, like a dollar amount assigned to it that then is allocated as far as the whole conversation with how much their cash is allocated. So it's a part of a very big conversation at this point, and I would say that impact will probably be minimal. I can't imagine they're buying a brand new car now that's going to be worth much. I would guess instead that it's a 15-year-old car that probably shouldn't be used anymore. So it's a good point, and I don't have a good answer for it now, but we definitely need to make sure we stay on top of that as the town of Madison gets closer.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Dave, go ahead.
I would just add, these vehicles, these apartments use, I think it's relatively low mileage. They're not, Fitchburg's not that big. I don't, if you have, I'm not going to neglect the reduction in carbon, but I doubt there's any payback purchasing a new one because the miles are so low. If we were driving them more, I think the economics might balance out more.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we'll move on. Next item, Fitch-Rona EMS. Chief Anderson, you're on Zoom.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
I am. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Excellent. So I have two projects out there. If you allow me, I'm going to kind of talk about them at the same time because they're kind of the same thing. So just kind of for any of the new alders out there. So Fitch-Rona is actually a kind of a joint venture. We're a district that serves the city of Fitchburg, the city of Verona, and the Verona Township. So it's a joint municipality kind of adventure. So cost savings there, I'll kind of make sure that you're aware of overall costs and what's involved with the CIP process here. But so we run out of the 3 stations. We run at the 2 of the Fitchburg stations, and then we have an ambulance in Verona. But we have a fleet of 5 ambulances. 3 of them are frontline ambulances, we call them. There are 3 911 ambulances on the street every day. And then we have 2 ambulances, I essentially call them reserve ambulances. They don't sit in spare just waiting for something. Well, they do sit in spare waiting for something to happen. But we predominantly use those for staffing special events or when maintenance things kind of arise. Ambulances are kind of something we need to have available. Great utilization of reusing of police vehicles. They're a little bit too small for what I need to do with them, so we can't use them. So we have a fleet of 5 ambulances, and then we actually have 2 kind of administrative staff cars as well. So with that, a few years ago, Misty, in her phenomenal finance director position, set us up with the fleet maintenance kind of program that you have seen with everybody else as well. So you'll see that out there. So we purchase an ambulance every 2 years. With that, then again, that ambulance lives as a frontline ambulance for 6 years, and then it lives in that reserve status for 4 years. So we keep that ambulance. The life of an ambulance is 10 years. What we do at 10 years then is we actually replace the ambulance and essentially all of the durable goods that are inside of the ambulance. That is the cots, most of the radios, the monitor, all those items come together, and every 2 years we replace that and kind of keep that lifespan of about 7 to 10 years for most of our equipment, as opposed to just continuing to itemize different CIP projects. We just kind of put it all together, and it seems to work. So Fitrona is, at least in the CIP wise, is based off of equalized value. So the numbers you'll see on our submission here is actually 50% of the overall cost. That number changes somewhere. It's less than 1% if we go back and look, but roughly 50% of that project is paid for by Fitchburg. It's 50 point something. It has been point something for years. So that's the cost you see. There's 50% of the overall cost of an ambulance plus all of the stuff inside of it. And then because it's a fleet, you actually pay about half of that every year, so that we're not taking those big hits. What we were seeing is these gigantic requests every other year when we purchased that ambulance. So it helps spread that cost out a little bit longer. On the topic of hybrid and electric vehicles, this last ambulance that will actually take delivery of here in about 3 to 4 weeks, there is actually an anti-idle technology on it. So I don't really want to call it hybrid. The vehicle itself is a truck. We run F550 chassis, so it's a large four-wheel drive chassis. But what it does is essentially, if you bought a new vehicle in the near future here, when you pull up to a stoplight and you put your foot in the brake, the vehicle shuts off. You let off of the brake, it starts to drive again. It's similar then to what this technology is, only there's a small bank of batteries in the back that actually keeps the module of the ambulance powered up. So what that allows us, as we're sitting in on scene times, we pull up to some sort of EMS scene, we put that vehicle in park, we sit there an average of anywhere between 15 and 20 minutes. The vehicle itself actually shuts off and that module kicks in, allows the vehicle to not run, yet maintains the heat, the air conditioning, the lights, everything else we kind of need to keep going while we're doing patient care. As soon as we put it back and drive, the vehicle starts back up and drives off. So this is actually the first vehicle we will have with that. It did raise the cost of the vehicle just a little bit. We were actually able to get a grant from EPIC to purchase this vehicle this year to help offset that increase. And then fingers crossed, this will actually be a good move for us in the future as we move forward with kind of that green initiatives. So that's kind of the history of the vehicle replacement that you'll see there. That's really the 2399 project. What you'll see focused on the 2309 project as we continue to talk about the town of Madison and our future growth. COVID threw a little bit of a monkey wrench in there, though we were still pretty busy. Normally we see about a 3 to 5% growth in call volume across our district every year. When we add in the town of Madison in October of next year, we've had our eye on this as well as the municipality has for the last 10 years, and that was actually the one of the big crux behind putting fire station number 3 in there, is bringing that third ambulance closer to that northeast side of town to serve the residents on the northeast side of Fitchburg, as well as what will eventually be Fitchburg up in the current town of Madison. So as far as distance wise, we have a response time of less than about 9 minutes. It's within about 5 to 9 minutes on 90% of our calls. With that continued growth though, 3 years ago, that little triangle of the town of Madison had about just under 400 calls for EMS in it. So in October of 2023, we're going to add that to our pool of calls that we're going to start doing annually. So with that 350 to 400 calls plus the 3 to 5% growth that we continue to see every year, in 2025, we're going to hit about 4,500 calls. With that, we're actually putting it out there on the radar now. That is another ambulance. So what you'll see in the CIP here is the plan in 2025 is to take that fleet of 5 ambulances and increase it to 6. Now, you'll see below there as far as that operational impact in there, to me that's pretty fluid, but those are numbers in there. That is a plan. There's a number of ways and it continues to be already, even though it's only 4 years out, it's only 4 years out. So there's talks with the union, there's staff about a couple of various ways to staff that. I don't believe it needs to be a 24-hour truck. If you remember the budgetary impact of the last time we added an ambulance, it was 7 full-time people in one big hit. I don't think that's going to be necessary this time. I think there's actually some different options, whether that is call it a peak time ambulance, right? I don't need 4 ambulances at 1 o'clock in the morning when our call volume is lowest. I need it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon when my call volume is highest. So whether we do some sort of kind of staffing of putting that fourth ambulance on during the day, whether it is full-time as well as a combination of full-time and part-time, there's lots of different options out there that I've been talking again with staff and union on to figure out how we can do that. But the number that's out there is, that's what you see for that 2025 impact. So we lose the sale of an ambulance and we add the additional cost into that fleet maintenance program of now having a fleet, our fleet management program of 6 vehicles, not just the 5 that we currently have. 2025 is a number we're shooting for. It really remains to be seen what's going to happen with that call volume. It's a pretty reliable number. I haven't looked at it again within the last 2 years. I know that the city of Madison, I'm not going to say they regret taking it over, but I know they're busy. And I know that someday that's going to come to us. So I have no doubts that volume has not gone down in the last 2 years since we looked at it. But that's what you're going to see in the 2309 project is the CIP of keeping an ambulance and adding in ambulance number 6. And then in the operational side of thing, I have it in there as adding, it would take a minimum of 4 to just run that as a 12-hour truck would require a minimum of hiring four full-timers, or again, some combination thereof. As well as at that point, we start increasing staffing, we're probably going to need additional administrative staff to kind of help manage what we're doing. Pending any questions.
We do have one. Julia, go ahead.
Yes, hi, Chief. I remember when we purchased, I don't know, the third ambulance for fire station number 3 in Clayton Road. My recollection of that was that that ambulance was the idea to cover all the town of Madison area when we annexed it. You know what I mean? So now I am surprised to see that we need another one. I know that, you know, the growth, I understand that, but can you, that one was my confusion that because my understanding was that we are already covered to take the town of Madison with that ambulance there, but I don't know, maybe I am wrong.
No, you are absolutely right. We are ready to go with the town of Madison today. Had we taken over that services and the city of Madison had not taken over fire and EMS for the town of Madison, we would be sitting in the perfect spot to do that. And that's why in October of 2023, we don't need to add it. What we're looking at for the next ambulance is truly, I don't want to call it, I don't know if it's the right term, but volume versus capacity. It will be growth. And that's kind of why it is a very fluid time frame. I'm shooting at 2025 merely as a projection that we're going to hit that number of calls in 2025 or 2026. If we don't see that, and it's not strictly because of the town of Madison, it will be growth district-wide. It is a 3 to 5% increase between Verona, Fitchburg, and that area that will become Fitchburg. So you are absolutely correct. It's growth.
Yes, go ahead, Julia, you still have the floor. Mm-hmm.
So my other question, Chief, is so you're flexible to have this ambulance, it could be 25th or the 26th, or it had to be, you know what I mean? You know, that it doesn't mean that it had to be the 2025th. We can, what is the flexibility? Do you have any flexibility, or is it like, no, it had to happen?
That is absolutely a moving target.
Okay.
There is flexibility there based on, I think we're not really going to know probably until 2020, probably not even until 2024, what we're truly going to see come from that area of the town of Madison.
Okay. My other question.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
And the number from the budget, maybe this one for you, Misty, is this number for the, that I know that, how expensive it is to, to staff an ambulance. And so this is the Fitchburg part, but this is like if we are 24-hour position.
Don't believe so, Chief. Isn't that the hybrid model you were talking about in the operating section?
Oh, okay.
That is 4 people for 12 hours.
Oh, okay, 4 people, 12, so okay.
Which would do 7 days a week for 12 hours a day.
Okay.
The other thing I'd like to point out, if I may, is we focused a lot on 2025. There actually is an additional add to the fleet in 2030, also included in the same CIP. Back 5.
I look at the next 5.
Yep.
I'm sure it's hard enough to look at the 2025, but if that Excel spreadsheet doesn't lie, In 2030, we will be hitting almost 5,500 calls. That is a sixth ambulance in 2030. That's almost that we're depending on growth, that'll be 6,000 calls a year in our district.
And I want to
Again,
say I
very
was,
fluid.
no, Chief, I want to say that I used your services last year. I remember, it's great, and I.
Thank you.
In the past, I complained and I say, why do they need all this equipment? Why do they need? It was an emergency in my house last year, and you were there in 3 minutes, and
Thank
it
you.
was great. So I want to say thank you it was an incredible service. So we should be proud.
Thank you.
So.
Any other questions, discussion? Hearing none, thank you very much, Chief Anderson. Appreciate your time. Next on our agenda is the Fire Department, Chief Pulvermacher.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We're going to start out the CIP program for the fire department with Project 2229, the air light rehab vehicle. We actually last year moved that from 2026 to 2027. We didn't amortize the project, the replacement fund, so it does two things here. Not only addresses the overall price for replacement, but also then takes a look at a replacement fund moving forward. The thing that I would like to address with a number of the vehicles that we're going to be discussing today is there are a couple of vehicles that we're looking at maintaining the chassis and just making sure that the operational side of the vehicle is refurbished. So we may ultimately be able to save some money on this project, but it's far enough out right now to the point where we're not going to address the overall funding until we get a little bit closer to see how well the vehicle is holding up and to address it moving forward. But that's one of the things that we did with 2229. Any questions on that vehicle?
We do have one. Julia.
Chief, can you explain for the people that they are listening to this recording, what is a air light rehab vehicle?
Yeah, absolutely. So this vehicle does a couple of different things. First of all, it has a portable breathing air unit on it that allows us to reservice our self-contained breathing apparatus, the tanks that are on our back. So when we're at a fire and we start going through bottles, we have the ability to reservice those bottles on scene. It also has equipment on board that allows us to rehab. And rehab sometimes takes on a negative connotation, but in this situation, it's good because it allows us to rehydrate, to re-energize, to lower body temperature, and to allow us to get back into the firefight. This also becomes a backup squad. So in the event that our squad needs service, we are able to basically take the equipment, the essential equipment off of the squad, place it on this vehicle, and it acts as that backup. So those are the primary functions of this vehicle. The other thing that it does do, it has some water removal equipment on it. So in the event that we have a sprinkler activation, we start the restoration project by getting some of the water out of the building. And then when a restoration company comes in, they're able to take over. So that's primarily the equipment that's on this vehicle. It's not enough to be a squad because it only seats two. That's why it's our backup in that capacity.
Any other questions? Not, we'll move on to the next.
The next one is 2233. We did adjust this over the last couple of years. Initially, we were going to be looking at about a $700,000 replacement value. Here's a good example of where we're trying to identify things that are still operational and use it to its capability. The tenders, we're going to be keeping the front end of those vehicles because they don't have the type of mileage that those vehicles are typically used to running. These are typically used as over-the-road vehicles and can actually sometimes take on 1 million plus miles. But in our situation, there's a lot of stop and go. So the engine needs some attention. The back needs a little bit of attention in the way of the piping and the pump and the tank, but that's where we hope to minimize the overall cost of refurbishment versus replacement.
Questions? Dave?
Chief, is this pretty much for the rural areas? Is that, I assume that's where this is needed if you had grass fires in the rural areas or homes outside our urban service territory?
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. So for those of you that don't know what a tender is, it carries 2,000 gallons of water. Because actually a majority of our city is not covered by hydrants, it allows us to bring water to the scene. We can do two different things with the tender. First of all, we can bring water closer to the engine and just supply the engine off of the tender. Or if we need to flow a lot more water, we can run a resurfacing operation, which allows us to fill these vehicles, put a portable drop tank down and to empty the tank and then go refill. Sometimes it takes a dozen or so tenders in order to run an effective water supply. So we only have two. It allows us to get started. And then typically what we do is we receive help from our neighbors, because if they need help, we provide help to them.
Julia?
Yes, just for curiosity, how many times do you use the tender during the typical year?
Oh, that's a good question. I didn't pull those numbers, but I can tell you we use them for a number of different things, to include providing water for Parks and Rec on occasion. So they have been used on larger fires at least twice or three times a year for the really large fires. But the number of incidents that they respond to based on the report and how the call comes in, they can be out of quarters, probably once a week or once a week to twice a month. So I can pull those numbers for you. I just don't have them immediately available to give you any degree of accuracy.
Any other questions? Hearing none, go ahead, Chief.
Next one that we're going to be looking at is 2239. That's the command unit replacement. That was revised to bring into the replacement fund. This would also be a shared asset. It would be something that we use with our police department. We actually made it available this last year as well during the cold snap that we had. We know that typically during our cold snaps, our Department of Public Works is out replacing or repairing water mains. So having this resource available to provide heat on scene during the summer months, it provides cooling. And then during investigations, both on a law enforcement side and the fire department side, it becomes our portable office, and we're able to position this in the area of the emergency. Gives us a place to work, to talk to people who have been affected, and also to address the overall long-term operation, to include radio communications and so forth. We also provide this for known activities within the city. For example, we'll use it at Burby Derby. We'll use it at, we'll have it available for Ironman. Anything that has the potential of drawing a larger crowd, this will be on scene in place so that we can assist with the communications that are necessary.
Questions? Seeing none? Oops, Jim, you're not fast enough there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, Joe, I see that this command unit has been requested throughout the county to serve as a unified command post. Don't the county have a vehicle for that purpose?
It does. It does. So CV1 is the vehicle that the county uses for that purpose. We also have access to CV1, but it is based on the overall availability. When this vehicle gets used is when CV1 is in for service. So we become the backup for them. CV1 becomes our backup. So we work with each other to be able to provide, make sure that these types of assets are still available, even when we might have the vehicle in for service.
Thanks.
Any other? Yes, go ahead, Julia.
this is for Misty. Misty, I am looking the source of the funding sources for this project in the date is 2027 is capital property tax levy, and also I see for the same in 2027 they have the 21-29 project that also is going to use tax levy. Can we combine these two and then borrow for those instead of using capital tax levy, because they are going to be two big expenditure almost at the same date, year? And I think our policies, they are more than $500,000 we borrow money.
It's individual item is what our policy would be.
Oh, but
Obviously, council can do what they
Oh.
choose, but I would encourage you to continue to fund these traditional, relatively small items by capital property tax levy. And you'll see that's why the replacement fund is set up
No,
after that too.
Yeah, I have a relation of love and hate with the replacement fund, because it affects the budget, our budget at the end of the year. But my question is because we can bundle these two big, piece of equipment that belong to the same department, they're the fire department, maybe it could be a strategy instead of levy them, we can borrow money, So can we?
The council can choose to, yes, but again, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. I don't think of it as a legacy project. It's a somewhat routine equipment replacement.
The thing that I do like about the vehicle replacement fund is, for whatever reason, if the costs fluctuate and we see an estimate or a quote for the vehicle that came in more expensive than we anticipated, we don't necessarily have to put this off. We can maybe put it off by a year or even 2 years, knowing that eventually the cost of that item would be funded. But that to me is a strategy, and I would obviously work with finance to make sure that whatever we're doing makes sense for the long term.
Additional questions? Hearing none, go ahead with the next item.
So the next one, 2250, this is revised because one of the things that we had done typically in the past, we used to have 4 fire engines. Based on recommendations of the fire department, we reduced the fleet to 3 fire engines. So instead of purchasing 2 engines at a time, one of the things that I talked to Misty and the mayor about is just replacing 1. If we do that every 6 years, we have the ability to replace our fleet, with our oldest engine being no more than 18 years, which is actually at a good time for replacement. The cost or the con associated with that is the longer we keep a vehicle, the less we are going to be able to get on resale. But if by not purchasing or by dropping 1 vehicle in the fleet, given the cost of these vehicles at about $825,000 in the year 2024, we're looking at an overall benefit in the long term. So the one thing that it was painfully obvious to me when we started looking at our overall capital budget is the fact that we are resource rich, and some of that's by necessity, and other was based on what we had done by tradition and how we were typically staffed. In the past, we had a lot of volunteers and paid-on-call folks that would come in on their off-duty time. So that is becoming more and more problematic. So instead of maintaining a fleet for people that don't come into to the fire station, I would much rather manage a fleet that we can take care of with our on-duty staff and address that from a realistic level. So that's one of the reasons we dropped from 4 engines to 3, in addition to the fact that our ladder truck, which was purchased in 2017, has a pump on it as well. Our previous ladder truck did not. We could not use it as an engine. Our current ladder truck has a pump on it, and it can be used in that capacity on a reserve basis.
Questions? I saw several go up at the same. We'll start with Gabriella.
This is more of a comment. I'm just curious. I know that Madison recently unveiled their electric fire engine. I'm curious if you've had a chance to follow that and if you have initial thoughts, because I have to ask.
I knew it was coming, and I apologize for not even saying anything about it. The technology that Madison is using is sort of a hybrid approach. They call it an electric engine. When they're on scene, a diesel generator takes over. So there are still emissions associated with that vehicle. They have said that they have enough energy to get to and from the scene. So I'm going to let the larger departments address the new technology and work out the bugs, because of the fact that they have the potential of identifying those little quirky items that typically come with new model years. I do believe that the future of our fleet and the future of automobiles in general is moving toward electric and hybrid engines and drivetrains and so forth. So I know it's coming. I just think that we have to address that at the right time when we have technology that is vetted. I don't necessarily see, I mean, there's also a lot of infrastructure that needed to be put into a Madison fire station in order for that to happen. So I'm not going to say never. I'm just going to say not now, and we will continue to look at the progress of that technology.
Awesome. I expected that, but I just had to say it.
Julia.
Yes, my question is to Misty. You mentioned about that if we are going to use borrowing, it has to be for legacy project. So the source of funding for this one is going to be borrowing. So this is what I don't understand how.
But it's an $800,000 truck.
I know, but if we bundle the other two projects that are going to be almost 800, so this is what I want, for me, with all my respect, Chief, this is not a legacy project, it's a great equipment, but, so this is what I want to understand. What is a legacy project and what is the, I know what is a legacy project, but this is what I am confused that we can use borrowing for this purchase. I know that is more than $500,000, but I was thinking about if we bundle the other two together, we can use borrowing instead of alleviate the tax levy in those years that is going to be with the town of Madison and all, we are going to have more restraint. So this is what I am thinking about this, So
I'd just like to point out that borrowing does cost us more in the long run. So while we might save levy that year and not have to do it, we will have to pay more as we pay interest and issuance costs on that piece. So again, council can choose to do that strategy if that's what council would like to do, but I wouldn't recommend it because it is a routine equipment replacement. If I had my way, we also wouldn't borrow for this piece of equipment, but for $800,000, that's a harder one-time hit to make. And I would put in a replacement fund for this too, so that you can even it out exact same as what you would borrowing, but without the interest and issuance cost.
Dave, did you have a question? I saw a number of hands go up. I thought I saw yours as well.
I guess I did. I had a comment back. People have approached me, Gabrielle, the issue, with battery, and I've always felt emergency vehicles, we need a dense source of energy, and if we got to the point, I think it would make more sense to convert to natural gas versus the battery because, less emissions. I like the path the chief is on. I'm not against battery vehicles, but for emergency, I'm not sold on those. I think we have some better options. Many vehicles in the city, yes, but these, no.
Thank you. Jim? Nothing, okay, not at the moment. Not at the moment. Next item, go ahead, Chief.
So the next project, 2254, is our replacement of SCBA and related equipment. Typically, we replace our SCBA every 10 years. These are arguably probably our most important pieces of equipment. They provide us with the fresh air that we need in order to breathe and environment that is toxic in nature. The compressor is something also that we have to address over the course of time in order to address the safe filling practices of higher pressures. So what we did here, and the reason this is revised, is we're addressing the fact that the SCBA are replaced every 10 years, which is the 2028 replacement. And then the compressors that we have right now are well over 15 years old and are in need of replacement. So we're looking at the 2026 replacement of the compressors for Station 2 and Station 3. And then after that, the other reason this is revised is because we would be looking at a replacement fund moving forward.
Questions? Hearing none, on to the next project.
Next one is the replacement of extrication equipment. This is also revised based on the establishment of a replacement fund. We try to replace our extrication equipment about every 10 years as well. And the reason being is because the technology associated with hardening vehicles supersedes our ability to address the prying and the cutting associated with getting people out of a wrecked vehicle. And that's not just vehicles, that's also it's also industrial equipment, farm equipment. We need extreme pressures, we need the ability to lift, and we need the ability to cut. And I'll just give you one example. Whereas when I started on the fire department, we were doing a lot of prying based on the pliability of metals. That's just not the case with hardened metals now. We have to shear versus pry. So with a lot of compression and a lot of pressure, we're able to get in based on the fact that we can cut into and shear the metal away. And that's why the cutters needed to be addressed. Another thing that we've addressed is the equipment that we're using right now is cordless. In the past, we needed to hook a hydraulic hose to them. We were tethered to a vehicle, needed to typically stay within about 100 feet of our fire department vehicle. And now we have endless range. The technology has increased to the point where we have batteries that will function in extreme temperatures. And to our benefit, a good portion of these tools are becoming waterproof. So even if we have a vehicle that is submerged, let's say in a retention pond, we have the ability to cut because the tools can go underwater. So these are advancements that typically happen based on the need, and that's why we want to address that every 10 years.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project.
Next project is a shared project between the police department and us. We're going into a group purchase of radios. This was actually postponed. Initially, we were going to be replacing these radios this year, but the police department needed to replace their radios next year. We're going to take advantage of the fact that more radios should give us a better price. And then moving forward, we'll move that to a replacement fund as well.
Questions? Dave?
Are these the same frequency as the county, or, is there some coordination and integration here, Chief?
Yeah, these are dual band radios, so it allows us to talk to the county, allows us to talk to the city of Madison that has a different radio system. And then there's also state entities that we can speak with. So in an escalating incident where we have more resources coming in from a variety of different sources, we have the ability to either patch into them or to identify a shared channel. And so that's another reason why these we try to replace about every 10 years as well, is because of the technology. Similar to what Matt was talking about earlier about the telephones. This is basically, these radios have turned into computers versus solid state equipment. So it's worth staying on top of the variables that happen with mutual aid and shared communication channels.
Any additional questions? All right, next project.
Next one, there's no real change to our fleet replacement program. This has sort of been set up. This was one of the first that Misty set up along with the police department for some of their vehicles. It just allows us to place a certain amount of money into the CIP fund every year so that we can schedule replacement. We're typically buying a staff vehicle every other year. We are on course for submitting a spec for a staff vehicle this year. The vehicle that we are replacing would then be offered into the city fleet that was talked about in some detail earlier.
Questions? No, hearing none. If there's nothing else, thank you very much, Chief.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We appreciate your time.
Please feel free to reach out if there's any additional questions. I'd be happy to walk anybody through the things that we had already talked about. So have a good night.
Right. Again, thank you. Next on the agenda, the Police Department, Chief Brecklin.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
First project on our list is 2125, which is police radio replacements. Fire Chief Pulvermacher just had a similar project that we obviously are doing in tandem next year. That project will replace all of our mobile and portable radios in the department.
Questions? No questions? Oh.
That my relationship of replacement fund, that is when eventually is, you know, we are moving from borrowing to levy with the replacement fund, and, you know, these replacement fund eventually are gonna affect our budget, and there's not gonna be room for any of us to put new project or development, whatever we want to do, because we are not gonna have any room in future budgets, because there are gonna be plenty of replacement funds to fund. So I wanna make that comment.
And I mean, that's the intention, right? Replacement funds make sure that our existing equipment needs are addressed first, our status quo is addressed first before we recognize what capacity we have for additional investment in other areas.
I want to make another comment. This is in the letter of the mayor. Letters mention that his priority is equipment and replacement stuff, so we can see it through this. So,
Gabriella.
And can we just confirm that repairing the police and the fire replacements, do we get a discount because we're pairing both of them together? And do we have a sense of how much that discount is?
We hope to achieve a discount, and no, we wouldn't have any sense in what that would be at this point in time. Both departments actually would need to evaluate the available radio models and manufacturers that are out there to determine which one best meets their needs. Ideally, they would end up with the same manufacturer, but it is possible that that they could end up with different manufacturers for those radios, depending again on operational needs. So all that will be vetted by both departments, obviously jointly, and we'll come to the table to see what commonalities we have, and if we can certainly make one large purchase that does both departments, that's the goal. But it may not happen that way. We'll see.
Additional questions, comments? Hearing none, next project.
Next project is the conducted electrical weapon, also known by its brand name of TASER. Typically, the TASER replacement project has been on the CIP. They were originally funded a number of years ago through the CIP and have been replaced at least once on the CIP at their 5-year lifespan. We removed them from the CIP last year based upon our understanding of the pricing structure that TASER had in place at the time. We interpreted that to mean that it was more of a leasing only option and therefore would not qualify for CIP replacement. And by all means, Misty, if I have my lingo on CIP qualification mixed up, let me know. So again, continuing to discuss the replacement as we do every year and ensure that we have accurate budgetary numbers, knowing that the TASERs would need to be replaced at their 5-year mark next year. additional conversation with TASER was had, and we have a new understanding of their pricing structure, which now brings it back to the CIP. They do not, I will phrase that, they do offer a leasing program, is my understanding, to a certain extent, but it's more, actually, it's more of a pay-as-you-go. Installment plan really is a better way of saying that. Now I know Misty's gonna get on me here a little bit. But basically what that would do is allow us to spread the payment out over several years, which in the end has us paying more for the product than it would be by paying for it outright in 22. Now do I have it squared away there, Misty, I think?
That's better, Chief, yep.
There we go. So there's been a moving target, to say the least, from TASER on their pricing structures, and for us to get a better understanding of exactly how they work. I think based upon Misty's attention to detail, which is appreciated, we've asked several questions of TASER that I'm not sure many other municipalities have asked them in order to clarify and get a good understanding of where they're at. The long story short, we're looking to obviously replace our TASERs next year at the 5-year mark. That is an important project for us. And then we'll again replace them in 27. Questions?
Julia.
Chief, how often do you use these tasers?
Well, I don't have that data in front of me. What I will say is a handful of times a year, they might be actually discharged. However, a number of times more than that, they may be displayed by an officer. And many times we are fortunate to gain compliance from people who are not cooperative by the mere display in situations where an actual discharge would be appropriate and authorized by policy. If you'd like that data, feel free to email me and I will look to grab that data. It might actually show up in our annual report. There is a use of force section. I don't know exactly all of the categories that we have listed in that annual report use of force section, but it is possible the data is already residing there.
Sorry, can I ask another question?
Go ahead, Julia.
Yeah, this is for Misty. So if this equipment is $58,000, why we are? Oh, okay. No, I'm looking why the replacement fund is so high, but I have seen the number here. Sorry.
Jim, go ahead.
Hey, Chad, how many tasers have failed in the last 2 years, become inoperative, and you had to have them repaired?
I don't have that information either. It's usually maybe one a year will fail. Usually that's due to some sort of dropping issue, typically, where that would happen. Or sometimes we've had them get submerged in water. Somebody's, chased after someone and gotten themselves into some sort of body of water. That will also not be good for a taser, which it also isn't good for the portable radio they're wearing or several other pieces of equipment, but that does occasionally happen as well.
Thanks.
Your last?
No, for this section. No, but the question is because I am curious. So when we replace all of these, we replace, I don't know, each police officer has one taser. So we are replacing all of them, isn't it? At the same time?
We are replacing all of them, and we do not assign one taser per police officer.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to look at this to see exactly what the number is. I believe it's 22 is the number of tasers that will be purchased with this. Where do you have that information, Misty? I want to just know that I've got the exact number there.
Yeah, it didn't say in there.
Okay. I believe the number is 22, but I can obviously get that number and we can update the spreadsheet here so it actually identifies the number of tasers that we will have. But it's basically a unit for unit replacement for what we already have in our inventory, although we are taking into consideration the additional spots for the town of Madison. But that again is not a one-for-one equation, taser to officer. they are pooled basically and checked out by officers at the start of their shift.
Additional questions? Next project.
Next project is police body cameras. We rolled out our police body camera program in 2018. The technology there is ever changing, and we are looking to replace that on a 5-year replacement cycle. 2023 would be the next replacement year, and you can see the cost to do it's about 48 cameras. Likely by the time the replacement will happen, it'll be probably in the low 50s. Based on, again, potential growth likely due to the town of Madison absorption.
Questions? No, seeing none. Next project.
Next project is City Hall space needs, largely obviously driven by police department needs. So this is titled Police Facility, and the council and I have been discussing this project for a couple of years now. And you can see that in the current proposed CIP, keeps the timeline as established last year by the council, with 2022 next year beginning the planning and design, construction beginning in 2023, and completing in 2024 with a move-in in 2024. I also believe that I read in this that this has been moved to a standalone facility again this year by the mayor. At least that's what I thought I read when the document was released. Any questions on this project?
Go ahead, Julia.
My understanding was that we haven't decided yet how it's going to be this, it's going to be a standalone, it was an addition to the, until we have the architectural design. So this is what I was surprised to see, that it has returned to be a standalone facility when I think the decision was to determine how the project will look like. And we have and also the idea was to have like an input from the community too on the design of the public safety building. So do you know anything about this, Chad, about why?
Well, what I can say is that the Mayor Arnold had created an ad hoc committee to determine whether or not the facility should be standalone or an addition. That committee did have members of the community on it. Now, granted, that ad hoc committee was established early on in this entire process. That committee initially established that the best option for the city, if you're taking a long view on the project, is to do a standalone police facility, likely across the street from the library in a city-owned lot. Obviously, that would need some legal clearance from a judge in order to allow that because of the way it was originally deeded to the city. So then after that ad hoc committee recommendation, that's where it stood until, the several debates that have been had through the CIP process, many of which are probably noted in a timeline here. In this project, it's kind of flip-flopped back and forth between a standalone facility and an addition, or really a building next to City Hall over the last several years, probably twice each would be my estimation.
And I don't think from just a financial planning perspective, I don't think designing both options necessarily makes sense in whole, because there's cost associated with that. I think it would make more sense for council to decide which of those options they want to pursue and then design just the one building.
Yeah, this is what I am surprised to see this, because I think my understanding was that, first of all, it wasn't decided yet, which, it's going to be a standalone, it's going to be an expansion of the City Hall. So my understanding was that it's going to be a design or some sort of discussion, to determine which is the best option, So it doesn't mean because the mayor say it's a standalone that I think we have a voice and vote too. to determine, you know, if this is something that it fit in our community, on how to do it. So that's it.
So I think part of that discussion is happening during the CIP time. So if you look back at the notes, it looks like it was changed from the standalone to the addition back in 2019. And so now it is going back. So that has been kind of a moving target between the two. And I don't know that we need to make a final decision now, but as Chad alluded to, if the standalone facility is something that we plan to pursue, we do have some legal hoops that we need to jump through, and we really should start doing those now to at least keep that as an option on the table. But you're right, things could change many times over between now and when this project starts.
Additional questions? Okay. Hearing none. Is that the last of the projects?
Nope, two more.
Two more. Well, go ahead, Chief.
Thank you. So the next one is a police equipment account for replacement of the only items currently in this account are video surveillance, 2 portable video surveillance cameras. Those are set for replacement in 2024. They are also on a 5-year replacement schedule, although I believe we deferred these by 1 year, if my memory serves me correct. So they would have been up for 23, but in consultation with Misty, we've elected to defer their replacement to 2024.
Questions? No questions. Next project.
The final police project is the police fleet vehicle replacement account, as has been alluded to a number of times in the meeting tonight. We do have a transition taking place from going from leased patrol vehicles to purchased or owned patrol vehicles. I think there's approximately 6 to 8 cars that are still remaining on lease. Several of those will be bought out, I believe, later this year, and then the remaining, I think, are bought out in next year's operating budget, if my memory serves me well. Obviously, once those last remaining leases are purchased, those cars, when they come off of lease, are 3 years old. We're keeping them for an additional 2 years, which would make them 5 years old in the patrol realm. And the mayor has now determined that perhaps an appropriate use for those vehicles after those 5 years is to spend another 5 years in the city's general fleet and assigning them to various departments for their use. So that is really the only notable change to this plan is that those vehicles will be reassigned versus sold at likely at surplus and or traded in.
Any questions? No. Hearing none. Oops. Gabriella has a question.
Do you have any updates about hybrid police vehicles?
I may have anticipated this question, and I would have been surprised if I didn't get this question. So I think, you know, we talked about this last year, the initial assessment from the city of Madison and Dane County, who I think combined have over 30 of the hybrid utilities in patrol use right now, has been a bit mixed. So I think we're comfortable kind of letting them continue to try that out. That does not mean that we couldn't potentially consider that hybrid utility vehicle as a fleet vehicle, where more of our investigative and administrative folks could use that vehicle, where it wouldn't be out on patrol per se. Rough estimates on cost difference from the last state contract, since you can buy this particular hybrid, the patrol hybrid from Ford off of state contract, versus a standard, you know, gas-powered fleet vehicle that we would typically buy, is probably going to be somewhere around $8,000. And it's something we could look at if the council has interest in it for one of 2 fleet vehicles that are going to be purchased yet in 2021. We're currently awaiting the latest state vehicle contract to come out. We're not sure if the microchip shortage has affected the supply of vehicles on the state side. My assumption is it has, and that also may be leading to the delay in the state contract being available for us to purchase off of at this point in time. But it is something we could certainly take a look at, and perhaps buying one of those hybrid utilities as a fleet vehicle could at least give us, kind of dipping our proverbial toe into the water of the hybrids.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the chief? There are no questions, additional questions, Chief. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is Public Works, Bill Balke.
Thank you. I guess I'm here for the rest of the night, right?
You are.
Maybe next year as a gift, you can move me up to the first in the list.
The rest of the department heads would be very angry about that, though.
All right. Tonight, Project 1699 is our buildings and ground fleet. We have a 2006 pickup truck. We use it for transporting equipment, ladders, cleaning equipment around, as well as maintenance items. And it's getting to be 18 years old by the time we'd like to purchase a new one. So again, unless, somebody comes out with a great electric hybrid for a pickup truck, we're still looking. As far as the state purchases and the bids go, we are looking to purchase a vehicle in 2024, and then the replacement fund going forward with that vehicle.
And I'll point out, this one is the purchase of a new vehicle. This is not a squad, because they need the truck just from an operational perspective.
Questions?
And this one is a revised, isn't it?
I don't believe so.
Because you have replacement fund.
I think that was in there last year.
What was that? Okay, okay.
Or the year before even. This is not a brand new thing. Just phasing them in as we go, as we.
Next project.
The Oak AV system, currently the facility it's a large room that does not have any AV equipment associated with it. Every time we set up for a meeting, we bring in the equipment, the screen, the projectors, the sound systems and stuff. And this was just something that we could expand the rentability of that area for larger groups when they have their meetings for condominium associations, larger events for the public, and as well as for staff.
Questions?
And this one
Oops, I'm sorry.
got moved from,
Nope.
This one stayed the same in 2027.
Yep.
Okay. Questions? Yep. Hearing none. Next project.
This is one of those projects that I asked Misty where she can fit it in, and when they go through the budget, it's one of those sliding ones that whenever we can get it in, we can get it in. So it's for the Seminole and Wayland area. That's one of the last areas we have in the city. So it did get moved to 25 from 24.
That was last year. So this year, there's no changes.
Awesome.
Questions? Dave?
These are siren for a rural area that's not currently covered by the, you won't hear the sound, is that correct, Bill?
That's correct.
Do you have an idea
map
how many
shows the
many
areas.
homes are in there? I'm just thinking we could buy those radios for in the houses for those people for a fraction of the cost and not worry about this. And if you're outside, you should see it coming. So that's, it seems like if there's a dozen houses or 2 dozen, we could buy those radios for their houses and give them to them and not have to incur this cost.
Additional questions? Hearing none. Next project.
Parking lot resurfacing, we prolonged, or we delayed the resurfacing of the project or for the funding of the recreation staff this year, and we just pushed the following projects out so that they would fit in with the budgets that we receive for the replacement fund. It's like a replacement fund that we save up the money to do a project, and then we do the project. So we're scheduled to do the Key Farms Park parking lot in 23, City Hall parking lot in 28 or 26, and then the remainder of City Hall and Research Park in 28.
Any questions? Hearing none. Next project.
Replacement fund projects, we have a list of projects that we'd like to do, and then over time, sometimes we have emergency projects that take up the funding for those projects, but we did put in our projects for our priorities for next year as the air makeup handling unit, FACT TV air conditioning unit, and the City Hall garage door replacement for those projects.
Okay, questions? No questions. Next. Oh, Gabriella has a question.
So this is, we're talking about the city campus building systems replacement right now, right? Yeah. So why is there the previous designated funding authorized but not yet completed? Why are there so many projects that have been authorized and paid for that aren't completed yet? Is it because of COVID? Because I mean, some of these go back to 2019.
So it's if I may, Bill, so there's a couple of things. One is a few years back, the chiller went kaput, so we had to put a lot of our money towards that project, and everything got delayed by a little bit, so that was part of it. And then in the last couple of years, it would be COVID, so the building maintenance staff has redirected their efforts to address COVID instead, and we'll get back to these other projects once there's resources available.
Okay, so the funding doesn't exist anymore for those projects?
It does. So for the CIP, we do project-based budgeting. So that means whatever money wasn't spent in the other year gets carried over to the next year and stays there until those projects are done.
So that package at the beginning of the year where we carried over funding from last year, it probably included all these in that?
Exactly, yeah. And so that's why there's, at the bottom of the description, it's the 12/30/120 fund balance. Shows there's $163,000 there. But from talking to the building maintenance guy, he doesn't necessarily want to spend all $163,000 on these other projects in case there's another big emergency type replacement that comes up. So while we could do some of these projects and get that balance down, he doesn't necessarily want it to be at zero every year because it's designed to be for those unexpected things too.
Okay.
So he prioritizes.
Exactly.
And moves forward that way. Okay. Questions? No. Next project, Bill.
What is it? Maintenance facility building, same thing as it's our replacement fund for big items that we have coming up. We put in there the backup generator that we'd like to purchase. We haven't done that yet, I don't believe.
Not yet.
Questions? No questions. Moving forward on to general.
This is our GIS area. Typically, we have 3 items in there. It was the plotter, it was the aerial photos, and then our GIS. But we did split out the GPS for our survey equipment. We did split that out because it's used differently and the allocation for funding is a little bit different. So in this project here, we're looking at our aerial photos with the LiDAR and the plotter replacement. The plotter replacement was supposed to be done in 2018, but we used that to upgrade our survey equipment. We did purchase a used piece of equipment that was about 6 years old at the time. So what we're looking to do next year is to purchase a brand new piece. Well, not a brand new, it would be another used piece of equipment, but it's better technology and is able to give us some better accuracy for the survey. So we're looking to purchase that next year. And then there would be a replacement fund associated with that piece of equipment I don't think it replaces the entire piece of equipment, but the majority of it over 5 years. And then
I think you're one project too far, Bill. We're on the GIS
yeah, I'm
still.
sorry.
I think you're talking about GPS right now.
Okay. Yeah, this is for the plotter and the aerial photos. We do our aerial photos every 5 years, and we're scheduled to do those in 2023. And then the plotter equipment, we're looking to purchase next year and get that on a replacement schedule.
I have one question. On the plotter, do you currently have a plotter? You must.
We do have a plotter and scanner. We say a little prayer before we use it every time.
You what?
Yeah.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
It scans like molasses. It is very, very slow. So we are planning on using that to update all of our digital photos or digital plans that we have that are in the archives. So if we could get that down a little quicker, that would be great. And so we're mainly going to be using it for a scanner and then some plotting.
Sure. Do you generate engineering prints from your plotter? Just out of curiosity.
Not large scale, no. Typically, they're used by other departments for planning maps and large system maps that we plot out.
Yeah, I've requested a few. I like those. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Next project.
Yeah, as I got off track, the GPS is a new project where we split this one off from the other GIS equipment and survey equipment. This one we're looking to purchase a new used item for that has the better technology and better accuracy, and then look to replace this on a 5-year plan. We're going to be using the existing one that we have as a backup, and as our second unit. We have a lot of staff use for this during inspection and then for the design. And we try to get out and do the designs for our projects in the spring, late winter, early spring. So it's something that we do use quite often, and we're looking to get a better unit so that we can have the accuracy plus the redundancy of having the backup.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project.
Which one is this one?
It's your equipment.
The trucks and everything. Yeah, this one is, we worked with Misty to come up with a plan, and she gave us a dollar amount, and we prioritized the projects which we could purchase. So we're looking to try to replace one of the tractors that's old and has had some maintenance on it. And then also the trailer for the 12-ton, which hauls our roller around. It needs to be updated to meet our DOT licensing requirements.
Questions?
I guess I would like to say, so the Public Works crew in particular is fantastic about doing what they can with what they get, but they are not getting the equipment replaced as timely as what they probably should be. And they're fantastic about making it work, but it's been a struggle for them that they won't tell anybody.
Understood. Yeah, thank you. There's no further questions. Next project.
This is our salt shed that we have out there. The supports that hold it up are deteriorating quite rapidly, and there really isn't a good fix for it. So we're looking to get that replaced next year for safety reasons specifically. If we continue to put the salt in there, the supports will deteriorate and fall apart, and we're looking to try to get that replaced.
This salt shed is not very old. I mean, we've had this conversation before. Do you remember what year this was erected? It's fairly new, is it not? I mean,
2004. I'm not.
Okay. All right. I guess I just would have expected a longer life expectancy. But anyway. Yes. Yes, Gabriella, go ahead. Questions?
Well, just following up on that, because yeah, that was my recollection as well. We started talking about this last year, about how the facility's in much worse shape than was anticipated at this point in its life. And that we were expecting a significant more time on the facility before we had to be replaced. I guess the question I have, given the fact that this is a much earlier replacement than we would have anticipated originally in CIP planning, is this the type of project that you can apply a fund balance towards? Because it's a one-time, like, unexpected expense versus, something that we didn't expect to do for another 10, 15 years at least? My understanding was that's an appropriate use for a fund balance application.
So if it fell down tomorrow and we needed to replace it, I'd say yes, that's an emergency. We need to get it done. We figure it out. Seeing that this is coming, I would say it's not really an unexpected item anymore. It's something we know is coming, we can plan for appropriately.
And there does seem to be quite a few major big ticket items on the borrowing, the fire, the water tenders, the radios for police and fire, this. Is there any sort of concern about the amount of borrowing for 2022 budget? Or is this pretty typical and just?
So the financial management plan, which will be discussed at next week's committee of the whole, that will go through kind of that borrowing level item more so.
Okay.
I don't have a good answer for that right now.
Thank you.
I went last year and did a tour about because I had my doubt last year. There was 500,000. I think 500,000 is a big number. And, and I talked to, I don't remember who was the person in charge.
Probably Mark Hodel.
Mark. Yeah, and they have you can see that the deterioration of the building, is especially in the it's the foundation, the whole, some of the walls are in pretty bad shape, it says, so you can go and take a look, and you will see it.
It's obvious. Any other questions? Next project.
Fleet maintenance equipment, we have a lift for our heavy vehicles that has been out of commission for over a year. And with the number of vehicles that we're repairing, our solution to it was we bought some coveralls and a slider to go under the vehicles for the person. But it's something that we really do need to get replaced for our equipment, especially the larger vehicles. With the addition of as many of the new vehicles or the vehicles that are coming on board that the city would be taking care of, with the police equipment transferring over, plus the other staff vehicles transferring over, it would be ideal to, work out the plan. And we're working out a plan in operations right now to maintain those fleet vehicles. So we really do need to have that second lift available, so that we can be working on twice the number of vehicles.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project.
The plow fleet replacement, we've purchased the one for I guess you could say it's for Fish Hatchery Road. The second one is going to be purchased for the town of Madison. And then there's a third one coming on in the future, kind of like Chief Patrick had for his, depending on the number of miles that are coming on board as a future purchase coming down the road. So.
Okay, questions? Hearing none. Moving on to sewer.
The Science Sewer Interceptor it's development driven. We put it out there in 2027 to 2029. It's a two-phase project that it would extend the sewer from Lacey Road down through the Hartung property, down into west of Sain, just around south of Irish Lane. It's north of Irish Lane. Sorry about that. North of Irish. Through that area. It's development driven, so if there's a developer that comes in, the cost of that would be assessed through that developer. And so it's just one of those projects we have out there for a future project.
Yes, Dave has a question. Go ahead, Dave.
Bill, so that, your timing of that probably be predicated on planned development down there. If it didn't happen, this would be delayed. I'm assuming you're not gonna do this until you see something on the horizon so that the taxpayers don't have to pay for that, for too many years until it gets put, till the development happens.
Correct. Yeah, we would be looking at doing this when development occurs. So there would be a development agreement, a comprehensive development plan, subdivision improvement agreement, all to extend that sewer and water through the area. And the developer would be responsible for doing that.
I'd also like to point out, since this is the first one we've come across, so this one is partially paid for by assessments to the benefiting property owners. And so Public Works, for any projects that are in the near term, did send out notices to the affected property owners, letting them know about the CIP public hearing. So if you do get calls and they're talking about a letter that they got because of the CIP, that's what that letter is.
Any other questions? All right, moving on to stormwater. Go ahead, Bill.
Stormwater retrofits, I think the change to this one is we removed one of the dredging projects, or we moved up one of the dredging, we removed a dredging project for $205,000 and one for $210,000 for budgetary reasons, and put those into future years. Because of the rates, we were just trying to hold the rates down, and we're just trying to keep things stable.
Questions? Gabriella, go ahead.
I'm just curious about, so the dredging schedules seem like there's a lot of ponds over time that need to be dredged. It occurs to me that if we canceled projects over the next couple of years, that sets all of that scheduling behind, potentially. I'm just curious if how we handle that. Because I know some ponds I'm seeing that are in the near future, like the McKee Farms Park ponds, which are the ones I see almost every day. The water level's way higher than it was 5 years ago, and clearly it's on the schedule to be dredged in 2023 or something like that. I'm just concerned about having to delay that. It seems worrisome to me.
Yeah, I was following the same, comment that you just made, because we're talking about all the flooding that we're having and it's raining more often. And I can see the ponds in my district, that there are plenty. When it rains, they're at capacity already. And I would like to see what are those, you say remove dredging from 2022 and 23 for budgetary reason. So which one are those? Do you have a list of the one? Which one?
So towards the top of the description, the second paragraph, it talks about current upcoming projects.
Yeah.
So the amounts that were cut were the ones that were not earmarked for a specific project yet. So it was that we think something's going to need it and have it available. So that flexible funding was what was removed. The projects that are earmarked already, those are still in there. So that McKee Farms one that Gabriella mentioned is still in there for 2023.
But what are the other ones that we are not going to do? You know what I mean? That was my concern, because we have plenty. And there are some of them that are small, some of them that are big, some of them they are beside the McKee Road. And when it rains, I can see the last time it flooded, and it flooded all the McKee. So this is what my question is about. Because climate change and more rains, and, I think, we have to be careful about, because if we don't dredge this pond, and especially the one that they are in the neighborhood, then we're going to have a bigger problem. Something happened. So that's it. That one is my comment.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Bill, do you want to talk very briefly about that rating system that you started using this year? Or I guess, did you guys all see that already? I thought that was a really good addition.
Where is that?
Was that the rating system for the flooding problems or for the
Where is
dredging? Was there a separate one for dredging?
For all stormwater projects, just kind of in general,
Where is
just
that?
because we're in stormwater.
Oh, I thought it was just for flooding issues.
Where we can see that?
It's on the
Yeah,
page.
it's primarily for flooding.
Oh, yeah, but I
But
don't see it here.
it also applies to other projects as well, such as, I mean, you can apply it to vegetation management. It's like, if you were to compare vegetation management with an area where the street floods, would you rank that higher than a flooding street? So you've got, ranking the highest would be the flooding for homes and buildings, property damage. So we rank that as a 1. And then streets are flooding is the next ranking down. And then flooding on private property, but not, causing, it's more nuisance flooding or it sits for a while. That would be like a ranking of 3. And then flooding on private property, the water does not contribute to problems. Typically that we could, private property owners would take care of those issues that we wouldn't, want to contribute or rank that one very highly. So we do have, the flooding is as the highest problem, and then all the way down to the residential neighborhood issues that people can try to resolve on their own.
So that's on page 7. It was incorporated in the mayor's letter. And the reason why I wanted to talk about it real quickly is I know that stormwater rate increase that we approved not all that long ago that has not been actually realized by the customers yet. I know that was difficult for us to do. Part of the ways that we can avoid significantly large increases like that in the future is to have some sort of a ranking system, to help us prioritize what those costs are. We don't have levy limits in stormwater, so really you could increase those rates to be whatever you wanted them to be, but having some sort of a ranking system to balance that with the rates that the customers would have to pay. So I thought this was a fantastic addition the Public Works put in.
So the priority when we have here in the priority and say 2, is that one is because I thought the priority was, we used it before the priority, but for a stormwater project, we follow the rank.
Yep, so some of them have a different nomenclature. So like the Curry Court flooding, you can see it's storm rank 1. So that would be page 183. So under priority, instead of saying the 1 critical, 2 very important, whatever, there's a storm rank 1, 2, 3. So those are the ones that I had information on the ranking for, and we'll work with Public Works to get all of them ranked going forward.
Okay, on to the next project.
Uptown Wet Pond.
Uptown Wet Pond is the area that's to the east of the railroad tracks, north of Lacey Road, west of Clayton, east of Clayton, sorry, West Clayton. And there's a pond that's located up or proposed to be up in that area that the city has land purchased. And we're working toward providing a regional detention pond for all of the uptown area or for most of the drainage area. A lot of this would be assessed back to the property. Actually, all of it will be of the uptown development when that pond is constructed.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project, Traceway, 4711 Traceway.
Traceway Drive it's not a critical project to be done. It's something that will help us out with our water quality going forward. The project is just to reroute some of the stormwater that's on Traceway from going directly into the creek and would route it through some of the ponds on the golf course. And we're going to pursue grants to do this, I believe. And we put that out there. It's not a critical project to be done, but will help us with our water quality in the future.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project, 4713 Fitchburg.
The project here, we delayed the infrastructure for 1 year. That's due to, we're actually delaying the whole reconstruction project there for another year. on Fitchburg Road. So we're just timing the improvements across Fitchburg Road with the road construction out there in 2024.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project.
This is our ongoing, if there's an emergency flooding project that we have, we look to try to resolve that project. If we can do something with, a larger pipe or some regrading, things like that we can do quickly. But it's a little bit more than we can absorb in our operating budget. We put this in there for kind of a standby project. So a combination of a quick study and hopefully a quick fix that would carry this dollar amount for that project.
Okay, questions? Next project.
The Curry Court flooding, that project we have under study right now. We're looking at some solutions that would help solve the nuisance flooding, or not flooding, the standing water issues that we have for ongoing sump pumps. And then there's also a project that would take care of some regional flooding issues along Curry Court. So we're looking at completing that study this year, designing whatever fix we decide on later this year in 2022, and then the construction in 2023.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project, 4718 Lake Barney.
Based upon the study that was completed, we come up with a recommendation for making those improvements. We put those out there a few years, and there would be some assessments involved for the property owners. Next year, we're not planning on doing anything, but in 2023, we're looking to complete some, what we're doing next year, 23, can't remember.
Design,
Sorry.
like feasibility.
Yeah, we were doing the feasibility study to complete that as to the allocation of the improvements, how those would be distributed. Then in 24, doing the design and construction in 25. The cost would be borne by partially those benefiting properties, farmland and residential properties nearby, as well as the village of Oregon. So we're splitting the costs up a number of different ways. So you'll see a number of funding sources in there for this project.
Questions?
Yeah,
Yes,
I have a
Julia.
question because I am surprised to see the storm rank 4 when, we have a presentation in the committee of the whole and we heard the comments and from some of the owners, the property owners in that area. So I am, my concern is that if we are applying for grants and there is plenty of money for flooding that is coming from the federal government, the state level, that the city should be applying, we shouldn't rank this differently in case that if we are applying for grant and we say this is like a needed, it's a very important issue that we have that we need to fix. I don't know, you have drove there, but I went and see the intensity of this lake, how it's growing, and it's affecting our agricultural lands and other stuff. And I don't know, Bill, this storm rank is number 4, but is how this can play if we have this public document with a number 4, and then we are planning to apply for grants, and we say we really need to have support or fund this project because I don't know. So do you understand what I'm saying? That what is the relationship between this rank 4? Rank 4 is like it's not a priority, isn't it?
So at the beginning of the justification, it kind of talks about the impact on city property and who is kind of leading this project. So the nice thing about that ranking system, it is, it's black and white. You know, it either fits in this bucket or it doesn't. It doesn't get into the politics or the neighborhood concerns about it.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Next project, 4719, upsize Schuman Drive, stormwater.
This project put the planning for the study in 2023, and then design in 24, and then the construction in 2025. This would be to alleviate some of the overcharging of the storm sewer that's in Schuman Parkway from the Seminole Glen Kettle all the way down into Schuman Park. Or I'm sorry, into the Schuman Greenway at McKee Farms Park.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project.
This is asking for some additional funding to model our stormwater management model for the city for total maximum daily load. What this will do is allow us to determine how much phosphorus and total suspended solids we have with all of the improvements that we've been putting in over the years. It updates our model to reflect all of the improvements we've made over the past 10 years or so. So we are applying for a grant, but in case we do not get the grant, we are asking for the full amount of this for planning and design in 2022.
Any questions? Hearing none. Next project.
The Lacey and Seminole Regional Stormwater, this is reflecting the proposed recommendations for the project. We're putting this in 2024 for the design and 2025 for the construction. It is quite a bit less than what we had anticipated for the construction based upon our study. So that's good news. So these are the buckets that we put them in for those projects.
Julia, go ahead with the question.
So, thank you. So I am confused because this is urgent, it's a priority, and it was delayed to 24, 25. So what is the reason?
So
was there a financial?
Said because it's a revised project, and then it said that it was a project delay from 2022, 23 to 24, 25. But then the priority is urgent, so I imagine that, you know, we should be doing this sooner than later, so I don't know.
Bill, do you know? So that was
I
requested
think it was
that
just
way.
a staffing capacity too, as to how many projects we have going in 22 and 23 that we put it off a year or 2 years.
But it's because of a staff capacity?
I think it was. I'll have to check on that one.
I believe it was a proposed to the mayor with that delay. I don't believe it was a delay that the mayor did. We can find that out and get back to you.
Yeah, so.
Gabriella, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to mirror that. I mean, we had that whole committee of the whole meeting where we discussed these different options. And it's interesting to see that the different options were selected from each of those buckets, you know, A2, B1, and then put alternate C2 on the back burner as a possibility. So that's interesting because we had that presentation recently. But I guess just like we just are about to do the new road, the new intersection, there's all that construction happening in that area. There's some potential projects in the Edgewood College project. All that area is just, it's very complicated. Lots of construction, lots of potential runoff. So, I don't know, it worries me to delay it that far, just because it worries me.
Any other questions?
No, I just wanted to say that we still do have our backup alternate, that we do have the pump that we purchased, so we could just pump that down when we need to. You know, it takes about a month to do it, so if it fills up, we can always, that's our backup plan, that we were planning on using.
Okay, let's move on to the next project, 4725 flooding north of Dunn's Marsh. Hopefully I have the right project.
4724.
4724, I did skip it.
Bill will go
This one
fast
is the
though.
Lacey and Seminole storm ponds. This is associated with the roundabout or the traffic intersection improvements at the intersection. And we put in there, we have already allocated money for planning, design, and construction. And due to the size of the project, we do need to increase the funding for the amount of stormwater area that we need for ponds in that area for the construction.
Questions?
Yes.
Julia?
So this is another one that I want to understand because this is priority number 3, and then we are doing it in 2022. So you know what I mean? So what is the logic behind this?
This corresponds with the Lacey Road reconstruction and the intersection improvements at Seminole and Lacey that are going to happen in 2022.
Additional questions? Moving on. CIP 4725 flooding north of Dunn's Marsh.
This one, we're looking to do the study in 22 or 23, the design in 24, and the construction in 2025. And the funding would be split between grants and donations for this project. Grants and rates, I'm sorry. And this is at the intersection of Red Arrow Trail and Crescent Road. A lot of water comes down from the west and the north, and there's just not enough capacity to get the water out of the road. It floods several feet deep in that intersection and does some property damage as well.
Questions? Gabriella?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up that there was a lot of discussion about this project in particular at some of the recent RCC meetings, just given the fact that this is like the #1 ranked stormwater issue. And I think it's the only one ranked #1 under the current criteria versus other projects in the city. And there was a strong desire from RCC to move this up as early as possible because of there's flooding buildings, which is obviously a serious concern. I'm curious if it's, I don't know, I know that there are a lot of moving pieces, and so like the timing of these are just not quite making perfect sense to me. And I'm curious if it's possible, like even if we couldn't do the construction until 2025, is there any reason why we couldn't do the study sooner rather than later so that at least we have the information in hand to potentially do it sooner? And the other thing that's coming to mind for me is that we saved a significant amount of money on the street sweeper. It was something like 55 or 60,000. And I know that's not like a perfect one-to-one, but I do wonder if we can reutilize some of those funds to get some of the studies done on this particularly important project earlier.
Julia, you had a question? No. Oh, I thought you did. I thought I saw your hand. No additional questions. We'll move on to the next project.
Yeah, not a question, just a comment.
I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
I can attest to that. It's 2 blocks from my house, and that has seen significant flooding multiple years. So it's definitely a high priority project from my own vision.
Any other questions? All right, well, we will move on to the CIP 4726 storm sewer on Florin Drive and Lehman Drive. Excuse me, Lane.
This one, we're extending some storm pipe along the back of curb for the sump pumps that are discharging into the roadway. And we did prioritize this one. It's very important, actually, might even, well, yeah, it's very important. It does cause some infrastructure issues with the road deteriorating quickly. A lot of icing conditions out there. So this project got moved up to 2022, and it's going to be partially assessed to the property owners. 50% of the project cost would be assessed to the owners, and they did get notice on this.
Questions? No questions. Moving on. Next project, 4727.
Nine Springs Creek, we're looking to apply for a grant to reconstruct the stream banks in that area and do that in 2025 and 2026. So it just causes a lot of erosion through that area of the drainage ways, and then that leads into Nine Springs and eventually gets into the creeks and the lakes. So we're looking to clean that up and reduce our loading into the streams with this project.
We have a question from Dave.
Well, just a comment, you know, if you ever go and play golf at Edelweiss down in New Glarus, they did the streams stabilization, and you know, you could see where they were washed out banks, that sediment will wash in, and now it's stabilized, and it makes a world of difference once the grass grows back in, and I think we would be happy. It's a lot of money, but I think you straighten that out, have it stabilized, grass grows in, and we'll be happy with that result. You know, the evidence I've seen when this is done is very positive.
Any additional questions or comments? Next project, 4729.
Sherrill Drive Stormwater, currently it's under study. Next year, we're going to be doing the design on this project and then construction in 2023.
Julia.
Yeah, so this one is close to my heart and my house. My question to you is, you know, do you think that this amount, $103,000, is going to be enough? Because we don't know yet what is going to happen, because we haven't done the study, or the studies, or we don't have the result from the study yet, isn't it? So we don't even know what we need to do there, so.
Yeah, it is a guess as to what we're going to do there. We got some ideas, preliminary ideas on how to convey the water through there a little quicker. So we've got some money allocated in 2022. If it's not enough, we'll have to roll the project into 2023 and request additional funds then.
Okay, so, okay, now I want to be sure that, you know, that I know that it's a placeholder, this amount, but I don't know if we need to increase it a little bit more, you know, in case, I don't know. That's it.
Bill, is it fair to assume that we'll have better estimates before we get to the 2022 budget and could update the numbers at that point?
Yeah, before we get, I would say into September, we would have a pretty good idea of some options available. So we'll have some idea by September.
Very good. If there's no other questions, we'll move on to the next project, CIP 4730.
Seminole Glen it's a new project that we put in the CIP to address the cattle that's there and how we can improve the drainage of that area and the park. So it's updating a previous study that was completed back a number of years ago, and we're just looking to get that on the books for 2026. Could be sooner or later, but as you all know, it's funding dependent and what you want to do with the rates. So it's out there. We put it in 2026, but it's flexible.
Okay, questions? Hearing none. Moving on to the next project under streets,
We did increase, we did do a change to the CIP for the amount of funding. This was reflecting, after we got our final cost estimate, what the city share would be, and then the contribution from others to county share. So we're estimating an additional, actually, our amount is less, correct, Misty? And it's the county and that's increasing.
I believe so. Yep. So the
Yep.
tax amount went down 57,000, federal up 23,000, and county up 65,000.
Right. So it's
Those
just
are numbers
updating
I
the
like to
amounts.
see. That's good.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project.
Our street resurfacing program, maps included with the years that we're proposing for next year for the streets. And it's just our annual project that we get with the funding that we have. So we try to stretch it as far as we can and do the resurfacing with these projects.
Questions? Gabriella?
If I'm not mistaken, the bid for the street resurfacing for this year came in much lower than we anticipated. It was something like $200,000 lower, and we were going to do the rebuilding of that road. That's
West Clayton.
West Clayton, with some of the savings, but it sounds like we still have somewhere in the range of $100,000. Does that mean that we can accelerate some of these street resurfacing projects with those savings? And is that something that needs to be reflected in the CIP, or is that just something we do if it's possible given the budget?
Yeah, we can look at accelerating some of that, but we want to, keep some of that in reserve in case there is some project overages, such as like we ran into with West Clayton. So it's one of those, yeah, we can run right up to the limit, but if, it runs over, we're in trouble.
And then it is something that will carry over from one year into the next. So if they don't spend it, they would have it as an option for the next year's program.
Julia?
Yes, Bill, you mentioned so that we are going to add in 2022 in Pembroke Drive and Sherrill Drive some inlet and storm waters, but that one is part of the flood area. We are doing the study, so you know what I mean? Why?
Yeah, that should have been updated to 2023 then.
Or maybe move it to the other project because it's going to be related to the Sherrill Drive project. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
because we don't know if we need to add more inlets or. So I don't know. That's it.
Okay.
All right, if there's no other questions, moving on to the next project, 3365.
This is a placeholder project in the Uptown area to extend the Herman Road between West Clayton and McCoy Road. It's a realignment that would make the intersection and traffic flow better in and out of the developments through that area.
Questions? Hearing none, next project, 3367.
Sain Road, McCoy to the north city limits. It's a resurfacing project that we're looking to do. And it's an expensive project, so based upon what we have for funding, it was decided to put this out in 2029 and 2030.
Okay, any questions? Hearing none, next project, 3479.
The street lighting update is we're replacing our high pressure sodium lights in the city with LEDs. We do this just as a cost saving method measure as we get the funding available, and we can do these over a number of years.
Okay, questions? Hearing none, next oh, Julia has a question. One moment.
Sorry. This one is a revised because you say that we are delaying future phases of the project by 2 years.
That was last year's CIP that it was revised. So there's no changes for this current CIP.
Okay. Oh, okay. It's 21 to 80. Okay, fine.
All right. Any additional questions? Hearing none, moving on to CIP 3486.
Our sidewalk program, we put a certain amount of money aside every year to replace sidewalk that is a hazard to the public. We assess approximately 1/6 to 1/7 of the city every year, and we put together a program within the budget limits. Partially, some of this project is assessed back to the property owners, and then there's other city projects that we have that take up some of the capital property tax levy.
Questions? Yeah, I have a question. Julia?
Do you have a list of the sidewalk that we need to repair in 22, 23? Do you have a list, you have a list of road to repair?
Yeah, we've got a list, preliminary list that we put together for the following year. I can provide that to you. We've got the list for 21, and I don't think we've done the 22 list yet. But like I said, we go into a zone of the city every year and look for those and then make a list up from that.
Could you send that list out to, I guess, to all of us alders?
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none. Next, CIP 3492.
Fitchburg Road from Lacey to Nesbitt is a reconstruction of the roadway where we're going to plan to urbanize the roadway, install a bike path on one side of the road. This is a combination project that's with the town of Verona as well. So they've been having some problems coming up with their funding share of this project. So we're looking to, we delayed this project for 1 year just to give them an opportunity to come up with this. Plus, we can do a little bit more neighborhood involvement for the project because it is going to be significant change for those in the area.
Questions? No questions. Moving on to project 3494.
This one was my mistake. It should not have been included in there. You'll notice it's weird that there's no expenditures. This is, we do project-based budgeting, so anything that we budgeted in 2021 or earlier will be requested for carryover into 2022 to complete the project, but this page should not have been included.
Okay. So I should move on to the next project.
Yes.
Okay. CIP 3495.
Lacey and Sentinel intersection, there wasn't any change to this project other than that we're just doing it this year, or next year, I mean.
Questions? Seeing none, let's move on to the next project, 3497. Is that correct? Yes.
The maintenance of arterials, our large arterials that we have in the city require significant capital expense every 5 to 7 years for chip sealing, crack filling, repainting. So we put together this it's like a replacement fund, maintenance fund for budgeting for those large expenses for the maintenance.
Any questions? Hearing none. Next project, CIP 3501.
County M and Kane Road, there's a number of accidents there that we feel could be resolved with some safety improvements for a turn lane or a bypass lane in that area. So we'll be working with the county and apply for a highway safety grant to do this intersection improvement. Our plans for next year would be to design it and construction in 23, possibly 24, depending on when the grant is available.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project, 3502.
The county has requested that Rimrock Road be resurfaced, and we put this in 2025 for a project. It's in poor condition. The county was going to cost share with the city, and it's actually the city of Madison and Fitchburg. We would be splitting some of that cost 50-50 with the county and the city of Madison.
Questions? Hearing none. Next project, 3503.
County Highway D is an improvement that we feel is going to be needed as development continues along Nobel and along Fish Hatchery Nobel as an intersection improvement. So we've got this programmed with the county for doing some design in 2024 and construction in 2025 for improvements in that area.
Any questions? Dave, go ahead.
What type of improvement? Are we adding a lane? I'm assuming that's what we're doing there?
Yeah, there would be some lane improvements in the area and potentially signalization at that time.
Thank you, Mel.
Julia.
Yeah, where is this intersection?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Where is this?
Yep. Mike.
Oh, sorry. Where is this?
The intersection of Nobel and Fish Hatchery Road
Oh,
is the
Nobel.
primary, but there'll be approaches to that intersection from Sparklestone all the way down to Burnland.
So this project can be moved because it's less important, isn't it? There's flexibility to move it up?
To move it up?
Yeah, like do we need to do it in 24? Can we do it in 27, 28?
Yeah, it's development driven pretty much. We've heard, from all the residents up there how bad traffic is and will be. So we did put it in the books to address that issue.
But this is what I don't understand, Bill. You have here priority less important, like 4. So if I read that, it means that for me, it's like, why we are doing this in 24 is this, you know what I mean? So, and it's a new project. So this is what I am asking this question, and what are the new developments coming there? There are no new neighborhood in that area.
Right. It's pretty much going to be development driven as traffic increases over time. We're going to have to do something. If it's, 24, 25, I don't know, maybe it might be 28, depending on how traffic and development occurs in that area.
Bill, does it also depend on coordination with the county? I see half of it is funded by grants. I assume that's Dane County paying for it.
Right. So Dane County also has to program that in their capital improvement plan. They'll pretty much go with what the city wants to do. So that's when we told them that we thought that the intersection improvements would be made. Each year we have to update the capital improvement plan with the county if that changes. So right now it's in 24, 25, and in future, next year at this time, we would be deciding whether or not we would do it in those years too.
Have we done a traffic study to determine that we need to do this?
That's what we would be doing in 2024 as part of that.
Jim, you have a question?
Yeah, let's not forget that there's going to be a rehabilitation hospital going in that area also, and just the employees that will be going in and out of there. I mean, that's just going to increase the need for some type of action at that intersection.
Any other questions?
Yes, I want to make another comment because we are using borrowing, and this is new borrowing. And this is, I look at the other project that we remove the borrowing to use part of the education, and that one could be, we are going to use the borrowing for another project to fund this. You know what I mean? So I am surprised to see this, this intersection coming so, in this CIP, but.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to water. CIP 4519. Go ahead, Bill.
We'd be installing a new well and pump house for future well 13. And based upon the projections around the city that we would need this probably in 27, 28, 29 for planning, design, and construction.
I'm sorry, where is this well? I'm sorry,
That one is,
yeah.
got me,
Do you,
got me stumped.
We can
I'm
get it to
thinking
you.
it's-
yeah, if you
What's it?
could, you
Yeah.
just get it to, email me the information, that's all, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, is there any questions? Otherwise, hearing none, we'll move on to CIP 4522.
SCADA is our computer system that we use to talk to our wells and maintain them. They alert us whenever there's a problem with them. So every 5 years or so, we have to upgrade our system with the new software so that it meets the infrastructure needs for communication.
Questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next CIP, 4525.
Water tower painting, we schedule these every 20 years or so, and we've got a few of them that are coming up for repainting. They're pretty expensive to repaint, so we put this in our capital plan for maintenance.
Questions? Hearing none, moving on. CIP 4532.
Water tower D is a new tower that we'll be installing off of Glacial Valley near Promega. So we're going to be getting that under design this year and construction next year.
Questions? Hearing none, moving on. CIP 4632.
Oversizing and hydrant installation replacement is just an amount that we budget every year just in case we oversize water mains. We reimburse development for that cost. Anything larger than a 10-inch water main, like a 12-inch or larger, we reimburse the developer for the incremental difference between the construction cost. Just a placeholder that we have for this amount.
Questions? Hearing none, moving on to CIP 4633.
We have some large maintenance that we do on our wells, and we have a schedule for doing this. Next year we have a project for well 5 and 10 to complete, and then going forward the other wells as well.
Questions? Hearing none, moving on to CIP 4803.
02 first.
02, I missed it, sorry. 4802.
This would be an upsizing of the water main on Irish Lane from Sain Road to the west. We're in that zone for a future well 13 when that would come into play. So it's well 13 is somewhere in that area. That's from what I can tell. I'm getting closer. We did move that project up based upon the resurfacing project that's going to be accompanying that project. So we wanted to get the water main in before the road got paved.
Very good. Questions? Hearing none, moving on to CIP 4804.
03.
03. I just,
We're almost done.
it really is getting late, and I can't. 4803, 03.
We've got a number of water mains that are up in the Tower Hill area that have asbestos water main or cast iron, undersized 6-inch. And as the resurfacing projects are coming on board, we're looking to get those water mains replaced before those projects get resurfaced.
Questions? Hearing none. The last one, CIP 4804.
Same here. It's as we're doing the resurfacing project for those roads, we looked at the water main. If there's any replacement that's needed, there are some that have cast iron or are small sized. So we're looking to replace those with larger 8-inch for better fire flows and water quality.
Any questions? Hearing none. That completes our time with Bill. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I have a little bit of next steps. I promise to go fast.
Okay.
So the schedule is included in here. So tonight was really that information gathering stage. At our council meeting next week, we do have a public hearing. That's where the public will be able to come out and share their opinions with you about what the priority should be and any changes they think should be made. Next week, Wednesday, then, is the committee of the whole meeting. That's where Ellers will come out to talk about that financial management plan that we briefly discussed today. That's where they're going to really look at if this CIP as proposed is adopted in full with no changes at all. They'll tell you what the proposed tax rate is going to be, what the proposed borrowing level is going to be, and just what that means from a financial policy perspective. So we're still working through some of those details, but that will be shared with you on Wednesday. There's also a Plan Commission meeting, a Public Works Commission meeting, and then a Parks Commission meeting that will all kind of weigh in on this document as well. Then on July 6th, that's when amendments are due to me. So I emailed out to you guys that Word form. If you fill out basically the top part of it with enough detail about what you want to do, I can fill in the rest of it. I'm also available to help you in whatever way that I can. Feel free to reach out and let me know what that is. I will then review them. I will try to help you make sure that they're clear and that I understand what it is that your goals are with the amendments, that it's communicated clearly on that form. And then I will put all of them together, email it out to all of you, put it on the website, and let the public know that those proposed amendments are available for their review. So that gets posted on July 19th. So that's when the public would know what all the proposed changes are to the document. And then the following council meeting on July 27th, we'll have another public hearing. That one, though, is going to be the public's perspective on the amendments that you guys are submitting. So they'll be able to share their thoughts on those. And then at that same council meeting, we will go through the amendments one by one. You will have a discussion on them. You can make amendments to the amendments to change them however you want to change them, and then vote on each one of those individual proposals. And then at the end of the night, we will have a document, a proposed CIP, or an adopted CIP, that will then be that first 2022 numbers into the mayor's proposed 2022 budget. Remember, if he makes any changes then from what you guys adopt as the CIP to what his proposed budget is for 2022, we have to specifically call those out to make sure that you are aware of what those changes are. So this is a planning document, but it's also a very important planning document. I think this really sets the stage for, what our levy limits and our borrowing and that type of a thing is going to be. So I appreciate those of you that came out tonight to learn about these projects and to get those questions answered. And while it was a long meeting, I think it was time well spent. So thank you for that. Finance Committee is still in session, so you guys do need to vote on the resolution which adopts the CIP. The one piece of clarity is that it is subject to all those amendments. So by approving this resolution, you are not saying you approve the mayor's CIP as is. That's not the intention. You are approving it subject to all of the changes done by the council. So that resolution still needs to be motioned and approved.
Randy, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. What happened now? Misty, for you. So I know that we have a public hearing next week. Next week, is it June 22nd? No, in 2 weeks.
Yes, nope, June 22nd is next week already.
Oh, okay.
Tell me about it.
Okay, so, so how we are informing the public about this? Are you planning to write something in the Fitchburg Star that's coming soon, or?
So we, well, Public Works sent out letters to the possibly assessed property owners within the first couple of years. So those people got direct mailing notification. We also sent out a news flash, letting them know that the CIP was available. And then end of this week, I will send out another news flash, letting people know about the public hearing so that they're aware of it. And then we also emailed to all of the neighborhood associations, letting them know that the CIP document was available, and that included the schedule with it. So we try to get it out. Honestly, you guys are much better advertisers than anything I can put out. So if there's networks you have that can get people more involved, that would be great too. Obviously, we want the public involved. I mean, this is the priority setting document, and you guys need to hear from your constituents in order to know what that best document would be.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, let's move on to the action item. So, motion to approve Resolution R-118-21, adopting the 2022 through 2031 Capital Improvement Plan, also known as the CIP. You've gone over most of this, Misty. Is there anything else that you would like to comment?
Nope, but we do need a motion first.
So moved.
And then I will also remind that it's only Finance Committee members that can vote.
And is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, the motion carries. Announcements. Next finance meeting, June 22nd, 2021.
And I will point out, we are moving that up. So 4:30, I think, is what we decided on, right? So that we could coordinate with public safety again.
Very good. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Oh, Finance Committee only.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries. The Finance Committee adjourns at